Yeah, it's wonderful to be connected with so many people from so many different parts of the world. One of the fundamental projects of the youth section at the Goetheanum, which is this research project, Research the Spiritual Striving of Youth, Shaping Our Reality. We are so lucky this year, this hasn't happened for us before, to have many young people from different time zones in the world who will contribute later today, our afternoon. For some of them it will be night, for others it will be morning. Yeah, they will be here with us, and they are Iasmina, Ximena, Mayumi, Guadalupe, Rocio, Pablo, Marta, Elias, Eva, Noël, and Fiona. And thank you so much for being participants of research and for being with us today also to give contributions. And then, perhaps, not the most important, but certainly very important people with us today is all of you who have registered today to participate in our research colloquium. And why are you so important to us today? It is because without you, we will not be able to achieve what we hope to achieve today. And this is to go actually deeper into the process of research that started here at the Goetheanum 3 years ago. What we have in mind today is actually to invite you from this very moment on to become co-researchers of this initiative, of this research project. And what we mean by that? We mean that we see all the process, all the content that we will present today to you as work in progress. It is actually not finished. It's very, very much in becoming still. And we hope that you will be able to help us complete, or at least complete up until now, everything that we have been able to achieve this year by contributing with your questions. So what questions, what insights, what observations can you gift us with by the end of today and during the day is very important to us. We see that as part of the results and the content that we are able to produce as the research team. But for now, you should be settled or set with your researcher coat on, and we will begin now kind of showing you, so to say, what we have achieved or what we have come to after these 3 years of research. And I will begin by introducing Constanza Kaliks, who will open, so to say, officially this part of the colloquium by giving us a bit of a picture of the ground that makes, or the soil that makes a project like this possible, and that's the youth section at the Goetheanum School for Spiritual Science. So Constanza, thank you for being here, and we look forward to hearing how you describe this special place that has enabled a project like this to take place.
Yes, thank you very much, Andrea, and good morning or good evening to everyone. It's wonderful to see so many faces, also very well-known faces and new faces. I'm very happy that this is taking place now, today, the 12th of December of 2020, a very special, not easy year for all of us. And I would like to start saying some words in general about the aims of the School for Spiritual Science, and then specifically about the possibilities and the work of the youth section, and then go a little bit into this question of the research. So if we look around nowadays, we would say that in a certain sense, we are experiencing the reality that we as human beings constructed almost in the last 400 years. And this is, vision on Earth and others, very deeply connected to the experience that each one of us is a center of a periphery world around. And that this periphery world around needs to be known so that I can interact with it in a sense that it will serve to my own purposes. Of course, this is a very narrow picture now, or a very simple one, but the way we have dealt with nature, and also we have related in our social level, so to say, is very much oriented out of a view of the world given by natural sciences, or what developed out of these natural sciences. And it is a view that through my knowledge, I reflect what's there in a way that I can interact and, yes, make constructions, so that nowadays we can say that we live in a human constructed world more and more and more, where nature is in a certain sense a secondary appearance of that what we have constructed around us. And the School for Spiritual Science is an attempt, starting in the first quarter of years, in the 20s of the 20th century, given by Rudolf Steiner, where he proposes the challenge to search for a knowledge that is able to embrace life, a knowledge that is able to embrace that what is in becoming. It's not a knowledge able only to perceive what is already there, given as a closed, given reality, but a kind of knowledge that would be able to perceive and to understand and to interact with that what is in movement, with that what is in becoming. And this will embrace, for sure, the knowledge of the human being itself, but also the human being in his relation to the world, to nature, to the others. All that is always in a process of becoming. It's never given as a ready situation. Of course, I can have pictures of partially ready situations, but if we look to the human being in his whole reality, we can see that from the physical point of view, from his soul point of view, from his inner, absolute singular identity, all these aspects are in an interaction, and in this interaction there are in a becoming. And can we develop the knowledge or qualities of a knowledge for this becoming? And this is what the School for Spiritual Science wants to try. We need to learn that. This is very new compared to the huge history that we already have in this thinking of the natural science that started in the 16th, 17th century with modernity. And so this School for Spiritual Science aims to be a contribution for the knowledge of what is in becoming. And Rudolf Steiner organized this school in different sections, in different departments, so that we can have a specific view, a specific perspective for the different realms of this becoming. So the perspective of education in the pedagogical section, the perspective of health in the medical section, the perspective of agriculture and the earth as a living organism in the agricultural section. And so we have the perspective of our understanding of the beauty and of arts and what it means for this becoming of the human being and of the wholeness of reality in the section for art. And so we have these different perspectives in the search for a knowledge of the becoming. And then we have this wonderful realm for this knowledge, and this is the youth section. And in a certain sense, in the youth section, we have this challenge in pure, absolute expression, because the human being in his youth is absolute becoming, is potential, is this potential that is suddenly aware of their own potential. And in this awareness of their own potential, we see this starting to connect to their own destiny and to the destiny of the others and of our time and of our present time. And as every section or department of a school connected to knowledge, we have these two main columns. We can say the one is learning and teaching, and the other is researching, is bringing questions that needs to be developed, that needs to be worked on. So we ask, what is a research in the youth section? It would be, I would say, to connect in a questioning way to this reality of the becoming, and not out only of, let's say so, an interest that exclude myself, what is one of the very important conditions in many realms of natural science, that I try to exclude myself as an individual in the becoming of the knowledge, but not at all like that, in the absolute including each one of us, each one of you, each one of the young persons in the process of this knowledge. So what we see is that research in the youth section will need the absolute presence of the researcher, the absolute presence of the researcher as part of this becoming in the knowledge. And this, of course, needs to be learned by all of us, because this is not the way we have learned to research. One of the main conditions for this research to happen is the absolute inclusion of the person who is asking the question. So I will come back to that, but before, maybe this realm of the youth section is a realm to be carried, to be shaped, to be developed by young people for young people. And Rudolf Steiner names it the section, the youth section, or the section for the spiritual striving of youth. And what is this spiritual striving? The spiritual striving will be shaped by youth themselves, by the young people themselves. Nobody will tell them what is their spiritual striving. But if I look, I would say that the spiritual striving is very deeply connected to the search of their own path in this becoming. And this can become visible, can be articulated out of the fact, and this is a central question also for the research, of our mutuality. If we look to a condition for a knowledge that wants to embrace life, one of the main conditions will be the recognition and working out of the fact that we are mutual beings, that our mutuality is kind of the structure of our human realization. It's not anymore that I can experience myself as a ready given reality and then I meet other ready given realities, but more and more through the 20th century, we have this perception that the mutuality, that the fact that there is a world and that there is the otherness of the other, that this fact is, so to say, the foundation stone for me to become. And so the spaces created by the youth section are, I would say, almost all of them created out of this longing to realize and to fulfill the reality of mutuality. And so we have meetings, we have groups, we have interest groups, we have conferences, we have exchange. And all these moments are, I would say, more and more kind of little contributions to this becoming of each one out of the perception and the connection to the others in becoming. And also the research I would say, is very deeply grounded in the reality of mutuality as our constitutional substance. And when the team started with the wish to have a research, their main search in the very beginning was for a question that they would like to live with. And this, can I find a question that will be for me, for a certain time in my life, a companion, that will be for me also a window to meet the world? And if we deeply go into this possibility to find a question that will be part of my life, I think we can see what this research is about. It is about connecting to that what will be, to that what I don't know now, but I can sense it is in the world and I long for that. So that the question is not one that wants to be answered for once, but a question in the sense of a connection to this future to come that is their own future to be shaped. It's in a certain sense the opening of a tension in between this potential and that what will come out of the potential. In a certain sense, it's all about being young, and not being young only in age, but being young in this strength of the possibility to give birth to something that was never there. And in this sense, I think that this whole research project, shaped and fulfilled in such a wonderful way by all those people who you will see today presenting, is more than just attempt to answer a question, but also is already an active participation in shaping our reality now and our reality in becoming. And also in this sense, I wish us, to all of us, a wonderful day with this living with an open question. Thank you, and I give the word back to Andrea. Oh, sorry, to Ioana.
Thank you very much, Constanza. We will start now the next 40 minutes in looking on one side at the research project as a part of the School of Spiritual Science. And on the other side, in the second part, we will look specifically at these 3 last years we were leading this research project. So when talking about research, especially in the youth section at the Goetheanum, we have to look at 2 aspects. And these aspects are, on one side, the frame we are trying to create so that young people can encounter young people, so that we can actually encounter each other in such a way that a specific content can appear. And what is actually the specific question and content in the youth section? And we would say, after these 3 years, that one aspect of this specific content is actually the recognition of the questions of another young person. So the attempt in the youth section, and in all the projects of the youth section, but now especially in the research project, was and is to create a space of encounter, so one of the pillars of the project, in such a way that the questions living within ourselves can get a place and can be recognized by each other. And if we look at the aspect of how to realize such a space where this recognition can actually happen, an aspect which nowadays is actually more and more relevant if we look into the world and the questions we have, one can say, or we can say now, that one of the aspects is indeed, or a central aspect, is the fact that we are all young. So actually when we as researchers, as young researchers, are asking questions, are posing questions into the space of encounter, we are talking from a state of being where we are ourselves. So this mutuality Constanza was talking now about is taking place in reality without us forming a rational process of researching. But in fact, these questions we are then posing to you, or we posed to you during the last 3 years, are as a state in ourselves. And this is something we actually were looking very intensively during the last weeks at. And we also tried to sense what is actually essential in being young. And we found some aspects of what is actually essential in being young by looking at the research and at our own processes as researchers. And these aspects are, on one hand, the transition. One could say the element of transition, of being in a state where the questions we have are so existent, this state of being in transition. And another element, which is very much connected to the potential Constanza was talking about, is the future. So this always looking at possibilities of shaping future, of shaping reality out of this potentiality. And now if we look at the frame question we posed 3 years ago, or we formed as a team, we can see that, of course, the first aspect it is present there is this aspect of the future. So how would the world look like 2030? So the future, the potential. If that what lives within me, so my longing, my spiritual striving, your spiritual striving while participating, will become a reality. So the need of shape, of giving shape to reality, of finding the own path. And what will I do today or now to make it happen? So how can concrete actions look like now, or how can I form my own path? And you can see now at the blackboard exactly these elements we are talking about. And when can we pose such a question as researchers? And we think that indeed when this peer-to-peer project is taking place, exactly because then this being in the same state of being, so to say, as researcher and as an interviewed person, might create the possibility that the content created in this space of encounter is really leading to something new, or to aspects one might never seen before, or maybe one couldn't articulate or express these aspects before. I'm sorry, we had some technical problems, but now we're back. And now you will anyway get to see a presentation, a first slide where these all aspects I was talking about are written down, and I would like to shortly go with you through. So as Constanza and I said, the intention of this research project was indeed to create a space for us as young people to start reflecting in such a way on questions about one's own longings and wishes for the world and for the future, that something new might appear for the own path. And another aspect as an intention is, of course, to start giving meaning to those relationships one would like, wishes to shape. And the question which is related to this aspect of future and potentiality was and is indeed, how does the spirit of the time, so how do this, what lives now in the world, express itself in the youth, or through the voices of the youth? And how can we describe this spiritual striving of youth as this attempt to relate in very individual ways? The nature of youth, which was indeed directly being present in the frame question by the fact that we as young people framed the questions for the research project, is indeed very much connected on one side to the question, who are you and who am I, the becoming aspect as a past, or as the aspect of past, and mostly connected to the future and to this aspect of how would the world look like if the longings, the wishes I have for the world will become reality. And the methodology, as Constanza already said, was looked at, this aspect of methodology was looked at not as an attempt of relating methods of analysis or of creating the whole, but it was created and afterwards we looked at. And this is something we are starting to express or to articulate as one of the results of this whole research process, that indeed we can talk about an ongoing research project also out of this aspect of we've created something, we've created the frame question, we've created the questions of the interviews, we've led the interviews, and after leading the interviews, something happened. And something happened with us as well as researchers in a way that we then created further processes or reflections based on what actually has been observed into this process, so to say. So I would like to acknowledge actually the fact that it's a huge gift to be able to create a research in such a free frame, that the research itself, it's not based on the results we will bring about only, but especially on this attempt of enabling the reflection space. So in this sense, we are in a point where, as Constanza was saying, can do as a youth section, can try to realize actually the idea or to live the idea Rosteiner brought when creating the youth section, when grounding the School of Spiritual Science and the youth section at the Goetheanum, of this attempt of the youth trying to shine a light upon itself in order to find itself in their own way. And during this project, or this project is an attempt in this sense. Now I would like to go to the 3 years, and maybe we can start the presentation again and look on the content we brought about. So if we go back to this first idea of a frame of encounter and the questions are living within this space, we can say that the years 2017 to 2018, during this research project, were very much related as a content to questions about one's own path and to questions related with what does actually matter for me as a human being on Earth. The questions and the aspects named by the first young people we were working with were very much connected to the particular situations concerning one's own path. And if we would use an image to describe this, what we've observed during this first time, and this image would be of natural phenomena, this would be like there is something in the atmosphere, like something might come, a storm might come, is coming, but I'm still very much related to my own path. So the questions I have are very much related to concerns of can I really find the place in the world? Can I really create the world the way I want? And here on this slide you can see specific themes we were observing in the discourses of young people. If we go then to the next year, to the year 2019, we can see or we can sense that young people sense the storm is here, but we don't know what to do with it. So the questions are becoming more and more existential in connection to the world. 2019, the climate question, very, very important, central, and the question about how can I deal with it, how can actions look like in this sense. And still, we kind of try to find ourselves into this situation. If we are then going to this year, it's like in the discourses, a moment of wakening up. We are there, we saw it in a sense 2019 with the whole climate question, with the whole disorientation, but now we have to deal with it. So there is a need now to find concrete actions. And a concrete action might be also not trying to deal with it, which will have visible effects, so to say. And during this year, you can see there are specific themes coming about, and we will talk later about these themes while looking especially at 2020 and the whole question about it. What I really wish to say still that the questions we posed 2017, 2018, what's the meaning of being human on Earth? Where does my path go to? And all these individual questions are also still there, but they are becoming very, very existential. We want to have an answer. We need an answer in order to give a response to the whole situation and to move on. And now, as before we are looking at who participated during these 3 years at the research project, I would like to go back to this first intention actually of the project in trying to describe the spiritual striving of youth. And in this attempt, we looked at what are actually the constant aspects of being young. We can still see, we still in all these 3 years, and it stays constant, it is there. And indeed, we found 3 of them. I don't know, we don't know if these are the only ones, but there are 3 aspects we can name in 3 words actually, and they stay central. And with this hypothesis that this might be indeed an expression of being young, we would like to work during the next couple of months. And these 3 aspects are: being young means the deep longing to connect, to relate, to be in relationship. Being young means a deep feeling or state of being in becoming. We feel ourselves in becoming. We are in becoming. The world is in becoming, and we sense this. And being young brings a strong wish with it on the path of self-knowledge. We want to know ourselves in order to know the world. And here you can see like the project in numbers, just for you to have a picture of who actually participated in the research project. And you can see up that we had participants who were connected to the anthroposophy and participants who were not connected to the anthroposophy, and some were we just don't know, or yes. And then on the right side you can see the different continents and the number, so to say, of participants. And down you can see the educational level. And this question about the educational level of participants led us to the observation that we actually, in the first phase of the project, you can see it here, yes, in the first phase of a project, most of the participants were ones who had access to education. And therefore, one of our wishes was to expand the sample and to reach out to young people who might not have had access to education. And therefore, we've started a project this year in Latin America, you will hear in some minutes about. And tried in this way not only to invite young people to join as young people connected in a way or another to the youth section, but really reach out as a youth section to other young people who might not have the opportunity to come to the youth section in a very easy way, so to say. And on this last slide, you can just see that around 130 young people participated at the research, in the research project. These are indeed young people where we have reflections and written material and interviews and so on. This number is way bigger if we also look at all the presentations and workshops we've led during the last months. And yeah, of course, you see the countries and so on and so on. And I think that's it here. Yes, and you also see this 8 months plus of months of online activity. This is directly connected to the project research in times of COVID-19. Andrea will talk later about. Yes, and as a last point, I already started before, I would really like to acknowledge the fact that the possibility of developing such a research project is thanks to this space created in the School of Spiritual Science for the youth section, because it's really one of the few opportunities, one can say nowadays, to start projects of free research. And therefore, of course, a huge thank to Constanza that she offered us the space to be able to do so, and of course to all of you for joining and for being here. Yes, and now we will go to a specific branch of the research project I was talking about, and this is the research project in Latin America. And there we have 3 core researchers who are working very near with us here at the Goetheanum, and these are Guadalupe, Mayumi, and Rocio. And first of all, you will see a video prepared by Mayumi about the research project, because in Brazil it's quite early now in the morning where she is located. And afterwards, there will be contributions from Rocio and from Guadalupe about their project there and their own process with interviewing and being there with young people. Thank you.
Hi everyone! I'm glad to be here with you at the Youth Section's annual Research Colloquium, sharing perspectives of youth around the world. My name is Mayumi. I'm sharing this video from Brazil. I am part of the team that is conducting the research project here in Latin America with my colleagues from Argentina, Guadalupe and Rocio Ferreira. We started the research branch in Latin America 5 months ago, and our goal was to broaden the original study, including more testimonies of young people who live in different social, cultural, political, and economic contexts in Latin America countries. So far, we have conducted interviews in Uruguay, Paraguay, Colombia, Argentina, Brazil, and Peru. The whole process was accompanied by the youth section team at the Goetheanum. These interviews are an essential part of the research project because they are how we get to know young people's takes on their surrounding reality. Our purpose is to create spaces where young people can share and reflect about what it means to be young in our time. Above all, what makes this interview so special is the anthroposophical approach, which allows us to expand the traditional methods of research. In this sense, the ordinary interview becomes an active exercise of listening that can lead to a transformative experience for both people involved. As the interviewer, we enter a deep state of concentration and listening, where we have to let go of all our assumptions and partialities in order to seize the most of the encounter with the other person. Instead of just throwing random questions that might be a product of our own curiosity, we try to pose thoughtful questions that have to do with what the person is sharing at the moment. Some of the people I met, they say something like, "Oh, I just realized that," or I had never thought about it until now. So we see that our questions are provoking insights at that very moment, and there is definitely something very special about seeing someone developing new ideas right in front of you, coming up with new questions that might live with them from that moment on. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, some of these interviews are being conducted online, and I have to say that although it's not the ideal scenario, these online interactions are proving to be very productive. These encounters create a sort of bond, and I guess this happens because it restores a kind of connection that many young people long for, particularly now. The participants seemed eager to talk to someone that they don't even know, but who shows genuine interest in what they have to say. And this is only a personal impression, but it has made me think that youth is a state that sometimes can feel lonely. Some of the people I met, they share their feeling that their voices don't matter. They are not encouraged to speak up, but when they are, they sure have a lot to say. When the interview happens, a sense of relevance grows inside of them and gives them a new glow. Of course, 5 months is a bit too soon to jump to any conclusions, but in these first experimentations I was already able to perceive a few common grounds that emerge regardless of where the person comes from or the circumstances they live under. Many of them value the importance of acting in the world with a strong purpose, while at the same time feeling discouraged by the same world. They feel troubled by the traditional career mentality, the pressure of the school system, the customary idea of how family and relationships should be like. They recognize the importance of nourishing the inner life just as the exterior life, and they can talk openly about depression and anxiety, for instance. Many times young people are invaded with self-doubt and fear, but there are no questions about the changes they would like to see. They wish for a more equal society with equal opportunities for all. They wish school would help build a healthier self-esteem. They imagine new, dynamic, and exciting jobs that would make them happy and would also help others on the planet. They picture new ways to form a family and to relate honestly with others. When asked to envision the future, they can tell what would make the world a better place, and they want to act on it. If we consider that the way this young generation thinks and talks is what will build our social reality, then the importance of this project is to foster encouragement and create a space that is free of judgment or expectations where they can develop their own ideas freely. I think that these are valuable incipient steps to start shaping the reality we all would like to see.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mayumi, whatever you are right now, for that amazing video that perfectly describes not only the research in Latin America, but our attempt throughout the whole 3 years. And now we would like to ask Mayumi's colleagues, Rocio and Guada, to share with us also a little bit about how the process has been for them across the ocean.
So my name is Rocio. Now I'm in Argentina. And I have been in this research project in Latin America. And to share a little input from myself, I would like to say that we were really focusing in people who couldn't finish school or couldn't go to university or any kind of degree. And it was hard work to find them in pandemic situation, mostly because we couldn't be there to talk face to face with them or to look for them. So it was an amazing job to ask people that we know around Latin America if we knew people who were in this situation. And we discovered that many times you are not allowed that the people who is in this situation. It's kind of taboo to say that you couldn't finish school. So for me, it was very special to, this is what I want to share with you, that after the first part of the research, these people, when you ask young people to be interviewed, these people was not there. So we need to go for them and look their voices. And we found that their voices were super valued, and we are really happy to have them. Yeah. And then a little other impression that I want to share with you is a huge experience of empathy during the interviews that for me has been amazing. So the first moment is when you are talking in the interview, and my impressions were in a kind of, were ones. And then hearing it again, I realized, I didn't realize, because actually how I feel with this idea when I am out of the situation of interviewing is far away of the situation that I feel when I am in an interview, because I'm such a process of empathy that I am just out of all kind of prejudices, prejuicios. And this is something that I want to share with you about this research. And now, Guada, if you are around.
Hello to everyone. Yes, what I would like to add to what Mayumi said and to this that Rocio was saying, that we went to look for these young people, and I would like to share huge obstacles that we found in the middle in this search, and it's the connectivity, the internet. And it's because many young people, they don't have internet, and because they don't have access to it, or because they can't pay it, or maybe there are many reasons, but it's a reality, and a reality that existed for a long time, I think. And this pandemic situation and the fact that we have to do everything online now, it just helped to make it visible. And I think it's important to be aware of this, because there are a large number of young people who, if we don't not only go looking for them, but also if we don't overcome these barriers of distance and connectivity, we cannot listen to them. And I think it's important to be aware of this. And also another thing I would like to share that I was not planning to do, but now in the small group I did it, and I said, okay, I would like to share with everyone, is that it's a personal process that also, this is my personal impression with this process of the research and the interviews, and is that, I mean, also for us as interviewers, I found in myself a huge change from the first interview I did and now the last one. I also perceive how one can learn how to listen to the other, and how to connect, and how so many levels we can really go deep and deep and deeper and deeper in how to learn to listen and to connect with the other. That's it.
Thank you both so much for sharing this, the amazing statement that you just did. I have to thank you also because you will be with us later today to talk about one of the themes that came up very, very strongly also this year, which is the theme of privilege, of course, in connection to your experiences in Latin America. So thank you for this brief introduction to the project and for being with us from Madrid and from Buenos Aires. Wonderful. And now I would like to invite two other young people who are in very different places in the world too, to relate to us a little bit the experiences that they've had with this other branch of research that started this year at the youth section, but not only at the youth section at the Goetheanum, but the youth section worldwide and the worldwide network of young people that we work with. And these two people are Iasmina and Ximena, who have been active participants of research in terms of COVID-19, an initiative that started about 8-9 months ago to find out exactly what questions and what situations young people were dealing with at this particular time in 2020. So Iasmina is going to begin by telling us a little bit about the process for her, and then Ximena will follow. Thank you, guys.
Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me. Now I'm talking to you from Bucharest, Romania, and I am really happy to be here with you all. It's been a pleasure to be part of the research project because I've learned a lot and I feel that I've grown a lot. So I've been part of the research in times of COVID-19 since the project started in early April 2020. And after reading the email about its objectives, I instantly knew that I wanted to be part of this process. Because since I was little, I wanted to know people from different cultures and countries. Because I knew that being connected to the world is being connected to its people. So this communion with young people from all around the world is one of the things that the research project offered me. And the idea of having questions and living with questions draw my attention immediately. And in the beginning of the process, every time I sit down to think about some answers that I have, only 2 or 3 sentences came to my mind, but I took the freedom of not forcing myself to come up with an answer I didn't have, and I embraced all the riddles or the mysteries that came with the process. And after I had my time with the questions, the moment to share and to listen to the experiences of the others came. And it was so interesting to discover how I could understand and connect really well to every feelings and thoughts that were presented in the monthly meetings. And I often felt that every person implicated in the project was like a piece of a puzzle that helped us build a bigger picture. And the questions we worked with, I felt that were like the colors of the picture, and our thoughts and our words about the question created a lot of shapes and structures that were then visible for the eye. And this puzzle comparison that I have stayed with me from the beginning of the process until now, and this makes me really happy. And something really important, a quote that Constanza once said to us during the monthly meetings was, "To meet a new person means to be kept awake with a riddle." And this quote I can relate a lot to, and I am it gives me a lot to think about. And even though I was part of this project for 8 months, I feel like I'm just beginning to become a researcher, because I've engaged in the project as a dreamer. And I did, because I'm saying that I was a dreamer because I didn't know exactly what it meant to actually make a research about my own thoughts and my own ideas. And of course, a dreamer can also be a researcher, but I feel I was just a girl with a lot of ideas floating around its head, but I didn't feel I had concrete direction or a structure. And usually when I was trying to when I was trying to answer one question, other 10 questions popped into my head. But something that I've learned is that right now, with all of that 10 questions, I can practice my research skills, which is really nice. The questions that guided our conversations were vast and really deep. So for me, they opened new horizons, and the process challenged me to look in places I rarely been. So the thing that I liked the most was that a lot of ideas, answers, and topics remained with me during the process, and I could see how they linked together in a really beautiful way. During the process of questioning and research, I found myself answering to some of my old dilemmas, and what makes me really happy is that I am sure that I will continue to discover what is hidden inside me, and maybe I will find some hidden things inside the world as well. So I often found myself in a position of inability to have a strong intellectual point of view. And I think that is because my heart spoke louder and clearer. And that was a really interesting thing to discover about myself. And I learned to organize my thoughts and my feelings in a better way. And right now I feel that I know better how to differentiate what my mind and what my soul are trying to tell me. And one of the questions that really pushed me to work with these two polarities was, what dreams do you have for yourself and for the future? This is a question that I find myself asking almost every day, and yet I cannot say loud and clear what my response is. And for me, it's really hard to formulate a proper answer because after hearing the question, I just stop thinking about the world and myself, but I start observing. I start observing them with a different perception, a more difficult one, I think. It's a perception from the heart. And yeah, looking back at the last 8 months, I see people at distance from each other working together. And I was never a fan of an online communication, but because I felt so nice and so warm in this whole process, I felt that I was actually in my room staying in bed, but I felt that I was traveling to Argentina or Spain or maybe a different district in Bucharest. And this was amazing. So in this whole pandemic situation, the airports were closed, but I found them a way to travel still, and this was amazing for me. And as I said before, working and living with questions from now on will be a much more present process in my life. And yeah, I can already see how inspiring it was for me, the process, and it gave me strength to put my dreams and my ideas into action. And for me, it's really important to understand what am I doing and why. So this whole research showed me what to do when I feel stuck somewhere. And yeah, I am really thankful for my partners in the research and from the and I feel thankful for the youth section team who made this process happen. And yeah, with this being said, right now I'll invite you all to have as many questions and answers or half answers as you can, because for me, this new way of living brought a lot of inspiration and truth. And thank you very much for your attention and for listening.
Hi everyone, good morning to everyone. I'm currently in Bolivia. Here it's very early in the morning, almost 6 in the morning, but I'm so happy to join this part of the reflection of our process, as Jasmina well detailed, and they were like really deep and vast, as she mentioned, the questions that we had to embrace constantly. And some of those, for example, where has humanity gone? What is my relationship to the world? And we were living with these huge questions that led to more questions. And it really felt like I can't remember how many questions were given to us, because I felt I had more every time, more and more questions. That what happened to me was that I think it was part of at the beginning of the process that one of the questions really caught my whole being, and that was, what's the purpose? What's your purpose in life? I think it's one of the biggest issues we all have and we're dealing every day. But it took me to go through another personal process, basically, where it led me with much more other questions to deepen. And I felt I was kind of moving into a different path than my other colleagues that were doing this whole process. So it was strange because I embraced the question and said, okay, I'll just go deeper and deeper and deeper and deepest with the purpose of life. Where do I belong? What am I doing? Where do I put my energy? Like plenty of questions that also woke up a lot of fears and like primitive feelings that I think humanity has, and that as little children or young people, we constantly struggle with. And I felt very strange in this process. I also didn't want to assist anymore to the monthly meetings because I felt vulnerable. I felt I was kind of alone, and I didn't want to expose myself in these monthly meetings. But I did have the beautiful possibility to share all this process with my partner that we were involved in this research process. So I openly talk with him. And the beautiful part of this is that he's also from Romania, and I don't know him physically. I don't know who he is, but I felt so comfortable with him. His name is Florin. Today he's not here, but I'm so grateful with him because he had a very open heart. He had an active listening. He was so empathetic that I felt embraced and that I was accompanied with him. And then I understood that I was not alone. And then I challenged myself to say, okay, you can go to the monthly meetings. And then I came back to the monthly meetings, and I found myself saying, you're not alone. A lot of other people are going through this process with different questions, but they're embracing and they're living in these uncomfortable situations and feelings, and they're constantly being observers of their own realm and reality and what's going on around the world, especially in this year that we have more uncertainty than other times. So again, I said, you're not alone. There's a whole community going through all this process. And I think that beside the phrase, we're not alone, it was the other part is that we are together in this process. And I'm also very thankful for the whole questions that came up, and we could share openly with the youth section. And yes, thank you very much. It has been a very intense and deep process that continues. I can't either say I have a conclusion, I know it's my purpose in life. No, it's everything in constant movement and shifting and changing, but I embrace that and I start living and loving as well all of this.
Thank you very much, Ximena and Iasmina, for sharing your personal processes during these 8 months.
Hi, welcome back everyone. I hope you're all able to join us again for the second part of the colloquium. Now we have an hour together, and in this hour I will attempt to take you through the year 2020 for young people, in particular for the participants that have engaged with the process of research in terms of COVID-19. And I will attempt to take you a bit on a journey from exactly about a year ago in our 2019 colloquium, when we had the opportunity to listen to the voices of some young people who attended the event and were able to meet in the form of focus groups. And already there we could sense a little bit of what Ioana was speaking about earlier, this kind of premonition that something was coming, or that we were already in the midst of a storm, so to say. And from there, I will take you a little bit through the responses and reactions that we have been able to observe in youth from across the world through this initiative that kind of came up out of the youth section's wish to respond to the pandemic, to the lockdowns, to the crisis that we were all going through as humanity. And towards the end of the presentation, I will mention a little bit about certain themes that have become key for the researchers at the moment, and not only for us, but actually for other young people around the world. We actually found out that some of the themes that were popping up in the research in the last year were already themes that other young people across the world were working with. So they will give contributions about that this afternoon in the third part of our program. But now I will attempt to take you through this journey of a year of experiences of youth, and I will try my best to, as often as I can, bring the voices of you, actually, those of you that participated in the research. And yeah, and so we can begin maybe by going back to the past, taking a trip back into 2019, when young people from different locations in the world sent us or gifted us with certain statements about how they were going through experiencing crisis already last year. And here on your screens, you should be able to read along with me. I will read them out loud. But this is a little bit the places where young people were at, so to say, in 2019. So here's the first quote from somebody aged 27 from Norway originally. And he said, "I feel a sense of urgency. I guess sometimes it's overwhelming. It's kind of feeling that I need to do something and a sense of not having enough time. This can lead to action, but it can also be paralyzing. And there is also inspiration, a sense that many different things are coming together to make good conditions for some sort of a waking up. Crisis as an invitation to wake up and face it and work with reality." Somebody else, a woman, 32 years old from the UK, told us that the crisis has to do with coming more and more into materialism, into really the hard matter, also of our bodies, and of the nature crying out for it to be cared for, and of disconnections also, us disconnecting from ourselves, others, and the world. Another quote said that we are in a time where everything can go to the lowest point, to the darkest abyss, but also to the highest realms. So we have these extreme things, and it's kind of a fight. Everybody is fighting in themselves, and we also fight as humanity on ourselves. But there is so much opportunity, actually. This is the beginning of creation. That was a young person from Israel. And so that's December 2019. And 2020 arrives, it's January, things are starting to seem a little bit unsettled, even more than they already were. And around early March, the abyss, we could say, actually takes place for many people. And in the words of a young participant of research in terms of COVID is not about the world. It's about how we deal with our own fears and demons. It's about us. And I think that this statement is possibly encapsulating a little bit not only this year, but this entire research project. It is always about us. It is about the young person, the I in the center, like Ioana already has mentioned a little bit, and this us in becoming. So how did the youth section respond to this happening, this global happening that was clearly something never experienced before? So it demanded that we kind of changed all our gears to look at it in a way that was absolutely new, because we had never actually confronted such a crisis, so to say. And so we got ourselves in movement, we put ourselves in movement towards generating the possibility of building something completely new that was always fundamented on our principles as the youth section. And our principle is always this living with questions and encountering one another, but also through that create a space for the voices of young people. So we felt that it was very important, before coming up with an idea or a project or an action for this year, or yes, a project, that we would listen to what it was that you had been going through, that others like you had been going through in the very early stages of lockdowns, of pandemic, of global crisis. And so we made a call, as Ioana already mentioned, a worldwide call to our network, and we invited youth to talk about how COVID had arrived in their lives. And already in this conversation, we could sense that there was a need to talk, a need to converge with others, to converse with others, and to generally come together in the light of this new happening that was taking place for all of us. And so we thought about it, and we realized how it was very clear that going back to normality might actually not be possible anymore. And then this light came in for us to suddenly see the question, the central question of the research project, as something that had accompanied us in the past so gently, so to say. Suddenly it gained a new light, it gained a new strength and a new shine. And this was because if before we were asking about what the future would look like without actually a necessity almost of it, a clear necessity, now it felt this is actually what we need to be asking as humanity. We need to be asking, what do we do now that we cannot go back, that we cannot stay the same? So how do we actually take the next step forward? And so we decided to share this question as well as the breakdown questions, so to say, of the interviews that we had been carrying out to the worldwide network. And we invited all of you and other young people to answer what would the world look like post-pandemic if what lived within them became a reality, and what will they do to make it happen? And so we guided them virtually through a process. We sent them a letter and we said, take a moment to look back to the day that you can remember this pandemic coming into your life. And maybe take a moment to review the journey that has taken place up until now. What is it that you have experienced? What is it that has changed for you or transformed? Can you perhaps identify one experience that has been key for you these past few months? And then, when they had gone through that process, we invited them to take a moment and, looking at their present time, to look within again and to give a gift or a present in the present for the world. What would you give to the world now that the world could benefit from? And then imagine a future maybe not so far from now. What would that gift have changed, make change or change for us in the world, in ourselves, in others? And finally, we asked them to return and to review what action could they perform in that particular moment that they were writing and reflecting about these things to make that future reality that they envisioned a possibility or actual. And we were amazed by the amount of responses that we got. And this was already a very intense experience to see over 50 young people answering this call, and not just answering it in any way, but actually to take really the time to go in. And we could observe that there was a thirst or a need to really go in further, deeper. And we already had experienced this in 2019, but it was certainly an increase and an intensification of the searching and the wishing to establish oneself more and more in a process of knowledge. And so we held a second call, and everyone that had shared reflections with us was invited, as well as others that had not yet taken part in the process. And as we reviewed the first reflections that had come to us, we realized that there was something that kept coming up and that we actually didn't quite know how to deal with. And this was the aspect of change or transformation. Suddenly we stopped and we saw how many wishes for change we were sharing or having, and yet we were not sure as researchers that we understood what change actually means. And so we decided to have our first research in times of COVID call, posing this question of what does change mean? What does it imply to commit oneself to making changes and making an impact in the world? And we held this first call, and something wonderful kept popping up, which was the change. The change has to come from a place of empathy, of working with the others. And this was something that Ioana already mentioned. This longing, this striving to connect meaningfully, to relate to one another, was clearly there and was clearly at the base of everything. However, there was one particular contribution in this code that made us think perhaps more clearly about the purpose and the meaning of this research, and also about what our task might be as youth section. And I will share it with you on the screen. Yes, I will read this whole contribution by a young person at the second call or the first call of research in times of COVID. And he said to us, maybe we need to take a step back and ask a question. I think that it's very important, listening to all of these answers about the importance of empathy, love, and community, that then I ask myself, how is it possible that if we are all in that kind of mindset, if we are all advocating sincerely for empathy, love, and community, how is it that the world is looking like this? How is it possible that fires are burning in Australia, forests are being cut in Brazil, the coronavirus right now, racism? How is it possible? I think everyone needs to ask this kind of question, because it's not only us that are kind people or pure. Has this nothing to do with us? Or is it maybe our complicity? Is it possible that I contributed, maybe even in an unconscious way? Even if we think that we are empathic, kind and loving towards others, the world is showing us something completely different. I don't have answers, but I think that this is a time for reflection and, in addition to immediate solutions, to ask the question, how did we come to this? And indeed, perhaps the question wasn't only, how did we come to this, but certainly it struck a light that we had to ask questions, continue asking questions, that the process of research had not ended yet. It was perhaps time to take a radical action, and the radical action would be to keep questioning, to not assume that we already had answers that would lead us straight into action. And with this, we opened up the process again, and so we sent out a message, and we said, okay, we decided we will work with questions once more, so please share with us what are the questions that have awakened for you in this time of crisis, in this time of COVID-19. And we received many responses, and we were actually at first looking for a question that would kind of encompass them all in itself. But all the questions were so important that we felt that we couldn't do that. We couldn't exclude any voice. And so we took them and we curated a process over time that considered all the questions that these young people had posed in these particular times. So we took them and we saw that there was a red thread, we could say. We could go from the most universal of the aspects of the questions to the perhaps more particular one. And we thought, okay, we can propose to anybody that wants to go through this process of living with questions to receive one of these questions in their inbox every 2 weeks and work with them individually, in peer groups, so in partnerships, and once a month in calls that we host via Zoom here at the Goetheanum. And so we took these questions, I will share them with you in a moment, and we proposed this to a group of young people, and they very willingly and very graciously said, yes, I want to go through this, I want to live with these questions, even if not all of them are mine. And the questions were, what makes a human being human? What is the purpose of life? Where has humanity gone? What is my relationship to the world? What dreams do you have for yourself and the world? Can I recognize what changes am I already making in the present? How am I impacting the world today? If I want to see a change in the world, is it enough making action at local level? Is it necessary to enter the organization of the system's structures? And the final one, what do I have to change in me personally before changing society? And which is the way to reach this change? And already here, without going into the answers we received and into the insights that we were able to unveil from the discourses and the answers about what it's like to live in times of COVID, we already had amazing wealth of content to research about. So we actually were able to observe for these 8 months, not only youth living with their questions in an earnest manner, in a committed manner, but also what happens when you're asked to take the question of a peer, of another, who you don't know, who you don't necessarily care much about, to take it in within you and to work through it yourself. And we saw something amazing, which was that every question that was given to us, each person was transforming it in a way that it would allow them to look at their own question from the perspective of the question of the other. So there was already a kind of relating to one another on the basis of questioning that had not yet happened in this research. And then on another level, we had these partnerships, these collaborations happening between young people, different groups that were set up at complete randomly. And we were able to see a little bit of what Ximena was mentioning earlier, these moments of friendship and perhaps not even friendship, but deep connection with people who we had never met before. And this really special quality of connecting was coming across, even though they were meeting virtually, across space and time, and having never met in person before, because they were working out of questions that belonged to all of them. And then we were able to see also something very beautiful, which is that already the questions were leading to the appearance of themes, particular themes, that Ronja will also speak about more in detail later, particular themes that were on the surface of most conversations, but in the partnerships they were able to really be discussed and worked through. And one of them particularly was the theme of polarization, of being split, of dealing with other opinions, other perspectives, other mindsets. And it was beautiful to have this privileged standpoint as a researcher to observe youth who were not necessarily able to agree with each other all the time, but that by virtue of working together through a question, they were able to meet and really get past confrontation so that they could actually elevate themselves in search for, one could call it truth, but we could just say for the next stage of asking, for the next stage of knowledge. And in the words of one participant who said this perhaps in a more clear way, she said that the thing that I would say to someone about the research project is that here we could preserve our own personality and still connect with the others, connect with the differences. So already only looking at the process of researching together, we could say that we were dealing with that abyss that appeared in 2020 and even before in 2019 by virtue of researching together. But now, a little bit about the observations of how we dealt with 2020. And yes, just to recap, we had these written reflections that were sent to us, these questions that were shared with us, then recorded conversations on Zoom monthly. Then we had the reflections that kept coming on almost on a weekly basis from the partners, from the individuals who were working with these questions, and always in relation to what was happening in their lives. So we had never had this opportunity to look at youth in such a kaleidoscopic way, so to say. We had moments in time with the interviews, so little snippets of that moment in time for youth, but now we were having the possibility to observe youth in becoming through time, through 8 months of dealing with questions. And and the first thing we saw already in the very first reflections before entering that process was that when we described what 2020 had been like and what the COVID pandemic had brought, this was something twofold. So it was something that was happening at 2 levels. The first thing that they identified was the reactions. The reactions had a little bit what the pandemic brought for us, things that we didn't have a chance to not deal with. Actually, they just came. They came and they were there for us to stay. So very carefully, young people were able to name and position and identify these these reactions or these qualities that the pandemic brings with it, and that the human being has to deal with. And on the other hand, they were also telling us how they had responded to those aspects. So always the answers were twofold: what the pandemic brings, what the crisis brings, and how I choose to respond to it. And here are some of the examples of what we hear, actually. And it's very, very connected with the three longings that we already had identified, but now have become even more prominent, so to say, in our young participants. So one of the things that we experienced was this possibility of becoming petrified, of becoming stagnant, of being rusted, of not moving on, not continue moving. There was so much fear, there was so much panic, so much anxiety, and these are words that they used to describe, that there was this moment of, I better stop, I better let go of all my projects or all my ideas, I feel paralyzed. And yet there was a clear wish to not be petrified. That's how one participant put it. Let's not be petrified, let's continue living a mobile life, a life in becoming, a life that is flexible and changeable, and that we are changing and becoming flexible with it, so that we can respond in a way that we can awaken within us the right impulses for change. The right impulses so that the change that must happen takes place. So continue living in becoming now more than ever. So already when we look at the themes that were spoken about in 2017, 2018, 2019, living in becoming was there, but never had living in becoming had to be exercised on a daily basis in almost every situation of one's life. So again, this sense of there was a premonition there was a kind of preparation happening. Something was coming that would test whether we could really live in becoming. Then another thing, and this is very related to the aspect of relating to one another and connection. Of course, the pandemic brought prejudice, fear of the other, mistrust, anger, blame, restlessness, feeling like the other could be an enemy, or feeling that you yourself could be of damage to another. And in the face of that, suddenly relationships that were taken for granted before, or that simply naturally run their course, had to be also put into question. And the response that you gave there was, let's not assume that we know who the other is. Let's actually, as Constanza said and Iasmina brought up earlier, let's live with the riddle of who the other is. We need to do that. We cannot anymore stay in perhaps what 2019 was showing us, this living in bubbles, this assuming that we are safe within our groups and the other is just another that I can remain separated from. Actually now, the other can be my sister, my brother, my father, my good friend. We are very vulnerable in terms of becoming aware that we are not able to assume that we already know who the other is. And then the other aspect connected to self-knowledge, but I would connect it even more to the question of freedom, came up, and it was very subtle. This wasn't across all voices, but I would like to mention it anyway because it has been moving for us. And somebody said that even though never had they experienced more restrictions in their lives, somehow they were freed. That it was not until now that they could actually deal with the aspect of freedom, because it was by virtue of their time being liberated from the things that one is supposed to do, that they were able to ask the question, okay, so what do I do now with my time? So this living in the moment of actually self-knowledge, I can ask myself the question of what will I will at this particular time, and that only coming about because we're in a crisis, because we are challenged with what we normally describe as freedom, doing the things that we want to do. But actually when that falls, what remains? Yes, so I think what one can say is that clearly we haven't seen a change, but rather an intensification of the spiritual striving of youth this year, an intensification in these areas of living and becoming, relating to one another, and asking the question, who am I? And what do I want? What do I will? Where is my freedom out of knowing myself? Yes, another thing we want to share with you today is related to something that we were already asking ourselves about in 2019. And it's a question also related a little bit to this aspect of freedom and self-knowledge. That is the aspect of the young person's sense of agency. And we were able to, as I said, we received responses and interactions from many youth from different places, and there was something that we began to perceive, and again, this is work in progress, so don't take it as a final answer, but we saw that there were people were wishing to go back to the past, to return to a time when crisis had not hit, or that things were as they were before. It was more likely that that person would want another authority to enter into action so that the problem could be solved. So, what do we mean by that? If I wish to return to the past, then I am more likely to wish that someone, another person, comes to do those changes that I need to go through in order for my reality to resemble that which was before the crisis hit and I was involved in it. So this sense of agency is a little bit like placing the trust, so to say, in an external entity or authority that comes to resolve, to save the human being at this particular time. And on the other hand, we also saw a different gesture, a gesture that was, if I do not wish to go back to the past, then I know that I have to generate something new, and the new can only come through me, so to say, but through me in a very, very specific way, which is me rethinking myself, reconnecting, and of course, relating to others. So I would just like to read these two quotes, which I think describe a little bit these differences, these two gestures, and these different ways of connecting with one sense of agency. The first one. If there is a gift that I would like to give to the world at this very moment, it would be a package of hope. Hope for those who continue to break the rules, to eradicate the virus, and hope for those whom we love and who succeed in improving, if they have already acquired the disease. Hope for scientists so that they can discover a vaccine health quickly, to give hope to citizens around the world so that we can live partially what we lived before November 2019. And there were other answers like this, a hope that we can return and that somebody can fix this, someone can find the solution for this challenge that we are living in. On the other hand, we also had people that had this kind of gesture. I think that the change goes beyond trying to go back to a normality. It's about each of us being able to think for ourselves, about self-education and about learning to share, to listen, to accept and empathize. It's about helping the other and receiving their help. And from there, just this moment of it's about each of us being able to think for ourselves, and then straight away followed by to think for ourselves a way to relate to each other now. In these two, what we can still take as common, even though there is a different gesture towards how we fix the problem, is that we cannot stop relating. That relating is key to us. And then I ask myself, and I think we ask ourselves here at the Goetheanum, maybe the next question for us is, how do we actually relate? And here, something new appeared for us at the Research in Times of COVID process. And this was the question of, if I am concerned with the other and how do I relate to him, then I have to ask myself questions about ethical life, questions about what is good, what is not only the way to connect, but the way to connect correctly. And so we began seeing in some of the answers that to do good or morality or ethics were suddenly gaining a different place in the discourses. So already in 2017, 2018, 2019, we were experiencing certain moments where young people were asking what is the right thing to do, but mainly we were concerned with the crisis, with the problems that were happening, or with our strivings and longings. But what was right was kind of a secondary question, not in the sense that it wasn't important, but in the sense that perhaps we could ask it later. But now, in as much as all these questions and strivings come more and more together, the question of asking what is right, what is correct for me to do now, suddenly came up with a new life. And this began a different conversation in this year of research. Maybe we can get the slides back up. I don't know if you can see them. Yes, in some of the contributions, we started to see this aspect of wanting to will the good. So instead of actually making changes, can they see the presentation? No, there we go, that's it. So it wasn't enough to want to take action and to make changes, but actually one had to ask oneself what was the right change to do. So already somebody else said we need to actually be in becoming so that we can have the right impulses to the right energy for change. And here in the words of somebody else, I'll just read the quote, the first one at the top left. I want to make good deeds, not changes, because changes can also be bad. When I'm thinking about change, it's something vague, something I don't know where to start from. However, when I imagine good deeds, I already have a lot of principles to start from. It's much more effective and real. So for this person, actually, the conversation evolved to another space where it was like, yes, changes happen. Changes do take place. We are, after all, in becoming. However, what is our anchoring? The anchoring of a principle to do a good deed. But it's not so simple. As we heard from many others who said, how do you actually distinguish what is right from what is wrong? And in the words, in wonderful, imaginative words of somebody else in the process, what one welcomes like water in the desert, another might reject as an insult. And so what do we do with that? How do we establish that our change, our wish for a good deed, is beneficial for all? Can we say that even? And then we began to ask, okay, so what does a good deed mean for a young person? And somebody told us. How do you recognize a good deed? Well, in my perspective, a good deed is in the moment when the action is made with love, not just because it's moral to do this or because others are used to doing it. You do that action because you feel that the other person will receive your support and your love. It needs to be true. It needs to be made with love. And here we arrive at perhaps the most prominent and the most intensified aspect of this year's striving, of this year's findings or observations, that it's all about how we relate with each other. How do we love each other? How do we construct an ethical life with one another in times of crisis? And that how we respond to that will actually shape the future. And we can see that in different themes that have come up, but it's always at the core. The question of how do we relate with another is always at the core of the themes of privilege, of polarization, of technology, of connection to nature, because nature is also another, the inner and the outer life, and how do we bridge it, and trust, which is actually one of the main themes that will carry us as a youth section into the future this year, this upcoming year. And here I would like to make a space for Ronja to kind of open up these themes a little bit more for you and to give them clarity. But I think I would leave you with this question of how has relating to one another changed for us in the last year? What has taken place for us in terms of recognizing the humanity of the other? And how can research like the one we carry at the Goetheanum, be an aid or of assistance in not answering that question, but living with it, which is what we try to do here, in the hope that maybe that brings about already a reality of a new ethical life for these times we live in. And so, Ronja, thank you for coming up, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Andrea, and thank you everyone for being there and for listening. Before we go into the break, I will just give a taste of the different themes that came up. Because after the break, we will have presentations from participants or from the researchers in Latin America who will delve deeper into the different themes. I will start with the theme of privilege, and it is actually maybe the most difficult theme that came up, because first of all, what is privilege? And we talk about privilege often, and when we talk about privilege, usually we talk about a financial privilege and economical advantage over others. But what we found in the research is that this kind of privilege is actually not affecting the answers or how people engage with the questions that were posed by the research. So we were wondering, what role does privilege play in research, in living with questions? And Andrea pointed to this wish to go back to normality before Corona, before the COVID-19 pandemic. And there it was when we developed a very tentative question, because we don't have the research right now to give any answers, really. But we came up with this really tentative question of, is it that when someone has the privilege, which is also in a sense a privilege, of being taken care of, for example by an NGO, that the sense of agency that Andrea talked about is in a way missing, in terms of not having experienced the agency to change the situation one is in, but to be taken care of by someone else. And if that is connected to this wish to go back to normality, whereas when you experienced yourself as being able to take agency, that then you have the trust not only in someone else, but also in yourself, to be able to go different ways into the future. So this is what we found in connection to privilege, and you will hear more about it after the break. The second theme, polarization, also a very difficult theme, because the one thing that you don't want to happen when talking about polarization is to polarize even more. So we observed in the research that the participants already in 2019 talked a lot about this split, about different social bubbles, about not being able to connect. Yet, how we heard earlier today, there's this immense wish to connect, and the will to do good deeds, and to listen to one another. So what we found is, and Andrea already touched on this, that maybe the question is not, or it is not about having to connect, but how do we connect? How is it that we connect, that we are still in the split, that we are still, that the reality still shows a polarization? And this was, also in one of the groups, or some of the groups, really the question of how can we connect, and maybe it is through questions, how Andrea mentioned earlier, but it stays an open question. The third theme, technology, also accompanied us already in previous years, in 2019 and also in 2017. In 2019, it was very much this place of not being able to know what's right and what's true, and of misinformation, and at the same time also helpful because you would be able to gain information and to connect. And now in this last research, in the COVID-19 research, it was very, very present in the question, where has humanity gone? And one answer to that was, it's gone behind the screens, which, yeah, in a way represents very much our reality right now. And so we're still in this ambiguity between technology being something that helps us to connect, that helps us to be here right now with you, even though we cannot be together, that helps us to continue this research with all of you, and at the same time something that somehow disconnects us, and that there is an increasing concern of how this will impact our consciousness and our capability to connect to one another. The fourth theme was nature, and I will not say much about it now because I will talk about it later again. But one of the main ways it came up in this research was nature being a role model. And being a role model, how to act in a crisis, how to deal with a crisis, how to listen to one another, and how to stay mobile. The fifth theme was inner and outer life, and there the main question was, who am I between the two? Who am I between my inner life and the outer reality? And yeah, I will also leave it at that because we will have a contribution later and turn to the last theme, which is trust. And Andrea already said that it was very present in this research, and it was very present in the responses. And this was something that for all of us was very touching, that after all these of the reactions that we had, that everyone had to deal with, a lot of the responses to COVID-19 were trust. Before we will go into the themes, I want to remember you and invite you to look back at everything that has already happened this morning and look forward to everything that will come, and stay in this observation attitude while listening, and yeah, maybe think about what would be the question that you want to ask afterwards when we come back in a big group, and when there's space for you to ask questions and to reflect on this whole colloquium. So maybe you manage, while listening to the contributions that will follow now, to keep on thinking in the back of your mind, what is the question that arises out of all you've heard until now and what you will hear now, and which question arises. Now I want to invite Guada and Rocio and reintroduce them to talk about the theme of privilege. And you have already met them today, so I won't say much more. Thank you very much for your contribution, and yeah, that's the space for you now. Guada and Rocio.
Hello, can you hear me now? I couldn't open the mic before. Well, I will start speaking, and then I will leave space also for Rocio. And well, for us, we work on this topic of privilege with Mayumi and with Rocio. And for us, it was not an easy topic at the beginning, at least to start. And so what we would like to share with you today is the process we did of thinking together what privilege is and all the questions that came up to us during this process. So at the beginning, we thought that maybe a good starting point could be to go to the proper meaning of the word. So we look in the dictionary what privilege means. And there were many definitions, but they were all, of course, very similar. And they say privilege is an advantage that only one person or group of people has, or a right or liberty granted as a favor or benefit, especially to some and not others. So here we found an interesting point, because then privilege, to be what it is, it must not be for everyone. Otherwise, it's not a privilege. So I think this is why maybe it's difficult. It's a difficult topic, because at least for me, it's not easy to talk about privilege without falling into a feeling of injustice. In a way, it's like it has like a negative connotation, the word. And we ask ourselves, can we speak about privilege without talking about inequality, in a sense? And privilege were always present in our history, but we can find that some examples of privilege in which they also required a commitment and a responsibility. For example, if we think if you were the lord of the land, then of course you have a lot of privilege, but also you have to take care of your servants and to protect them. And I don't want to sound this situation ideal, or of course it's more complicated, and it was a lot of injustice there also. But what I want to bring is this aspect that this point that sometimes to have a privilege is supposed to give something in return. And if we think of nowadays, of today, what is considered a privilege today? What do we give value to? And do any of those privileges require some kind of responsibility? Or maybe we have to start by asking if there is any relationship, or it should be a relationship between privilege and responsibility. And in many of the interviews we had, if not in the majority, I think the issue of the social inequality was very present. And sometimes they felt that having a house, or having a decent job, or access to health or to education was a privilege that not everyone has. But then we ask ourselves, is it right to think about education as a privilege, or should be a privilege that someone could choose for a decent job? Or maybe shouldn't these be all rights? And maybe we are confusing the terms, and we can think when is something a privilege and when it should be a right for everyone equally. And so we live in a world with many inequalities. This is a reality of the world, and not everyone has the same possibilities and opportunities. Not everyone has the possibility of choosing, of making choices in their life. And many of the young people we interview share this feeling. But it was interesting because in many cases, they recognized their own possibilities, and this was a motivation to act, to do something about it. So they felt responsible in a way, because they perceive they have opportunities or they have privilege that they know that others don't. And maybe these were, they called them privileged, but they were just to be able to finish school. And when we thought, when we perceived this in the interviews, we thought this is a very important point, because it's not just about having or not privilege, but also what we do about them, with them. And we did this exercise to ourselves of trying to ask to ourselves, do I feel privileged in my life? And what does this generate to me? Do I feel responsible to do something with what I have? Or maybe I feel guilty because I have it and I know others don't. Or maybe I feel indifferent. So could be anything, but to see what this generate in us. And something interesting was that in many interviews, many of those people, young people who felt that they could achieve things, they recognized that most of the times they achieved them because someone made it possible for them. So maybe they have no money, they thought there was no possibility, they have nothing, and then they found the possibilities because someone made it possible for them. And with this, they gave them encouragement and a sense of self-agency. And this was also a motivation for them because they want to help others, because and with this, give them, these others, also the opportunities that one day someone gave them. So to conclude and to leave the space to Rocio, that she will continue, I would like to bring two aspects, so two questions. So would it be right to say that with the recognition of privilege, a sense of responsibility can grow in us, and therefore sets the willingness to help each other? And also, but not in a sense of charity, but in a true social commitment. And also could be this a way to give privilege a positive response to the world?
Thank you, Guada. Hello, good morning. No, sorry, good afternoon over there. So I want to do a loop in two aspects, in two thoughts that I want to share today. And the first is actually related to this economic and material way, side of the privilege as a world. And I want to say that in my journey of my life, this has been always something that shocked to me a lot. For example, I can say the first time that I traveled outside, it was to San Francisco, and I found a phone. It was like, I don't know, 5 times cheaper than in Buenos Aires. And I thought, why? Why is this like this if it is the same phone? And our basic income is lower than there. So that was for me a kind of thought of why this kind of stuff is less accessible in places that actually has less money. So this is a thought that started to live inside of me. And to bring another example is also, for example, the access to property. I saw, for example, in Spain, we have the same prices for houses than in Buenos Aires, in Barcelona. And I thought, why is like that? The prices of our houses are in dollars and they are in euros. So in Argentina, if you're a young person, you know that if you don't have a family which is with you, probably you will not have an access to a property. And that's something that gives you a space, a secure space in the world. And I ask myself a lot. I have been with many people who know that never will have an own house. And how is to live with this feeling that maybe someday you will not have your basic needs anymore covered because your surrounding cannot provide you. So for me, this side of the privilege is also touching the side of how we perceive the other human beings, in the sense of, and myself as a human being too, because my space in the world, my space to live, my space to be in a kind secure in a place in the world, is also related to my own feeling of how can I develop in the life. For example, I choose to be a teacher, and my father told me, but you know what are you doing, right? Because you are choosing what you love, but you will not have enough money to live. And I felt like it's weird because I want to do what I feel is my task. But if I do it, I have this pressure that maybe I will cannot have a house with a cow like I want, you know? So this is something that I thought, how is this shaping us? How this reality is shaping us inside of us. And a friend of mine told me a phrase that I would like to share with you that says, the privileged ones doesn't see the privilege, and the non-privileged ones can't see anything else but the privilege. And this is something that I thought, I don't know if I agree with this phrase, but at some point I completely agree when I think that we have so many situations, for example, hunger in our world, and we live so comfortable. We live happy in this world, knowing that that happens. And to relate this inner experience about privilege and looking at the privilege face to face, I don't want to relate only to myself. I want to bring, this is my second thought, to the people that I interview. Because in the beginning, I was completely shocked. All of them were talking about this. Guada already told a little bit of this, and it's for me an amazing experience to be a witness of it. And you know, for example, I was completely shocked, like they were wishing all the same in the beginning. Not, I could say of my 10 interviews, 9 of them were making wishes for this. And in a sense, I don't want to use the word empathy. I want to use the word or the definition of recognizing the other human as a value human being. And wishing for the people to be able to do so. And for me, that's a question of this part of self-agency, and how is that people who has really nothing has such a force, a strong, because they had at some point an opportunity, and they felt this as a huge privilege. They were recognizing as human beings, and they found a hand who could lead us to an opportunity to grow, to develop themselves, and the kind of deep and strong commitment with this, with the social inequality, that they have, for me, was moving all my parts of my body. And for that, we want to share with you 2 examples of our interviews. With Guada we choose, because it's really, we share this with Mayumi and Guada, how it's clear that this is moving the youth in many places. And we are talking in this case of youth that we could say is really the non-privileged youth. People who feel, for example, that the only thing to finish school is to have a more proper job than that they can have without it. But there is not other way for that. There is not other reason for it. Not all of them, of course. So because of this, we choose 2 little examples to quote for you, to just give us a gift, as a treasure of our journey during this. Yeah. So I will start, and Guada then will read the next one. So I will read the quote of a woman from Colombia. Well, actually a non-binary person, and she said, I asked her if you have a wish, and she told me, oh, the world peace, to carry, to love, and help each other like siblings. I mean, to become one. I would like all the people to become like ants. They help each other. Well, you want me to read it? She can't unmute, I think. Okay, well, I will read it for you. And the second one is from an Argentinian from 23 years old. And he said, opportunities that there aren't at least material impediments that prevent us from being able to find who we are, what to do, which is our identity, a magic box that adapts to each one. I would like that we could all have the same ground for opportunities, that we all have the opportunity to seek for who we are. So I think this is a huge privilege to have the chance to seek for who we are. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Guadalupe, for this contribution. I can only say what a wonderful and valuable contribution to this research, and thank you very much for being there. I think polarization actually connects quite well to privilege, because it can lead to polarization if we do not really think about it in a way that Guada and Rocio just presented, and it could lead into a polarization. But I don't know if that's what Pablo and Marta are going to talk about now. They were both participants of the COVID-19 research that has taken place in the past 8 months. And welcome them for their contribution now.
Thanks. So originally we weren't sure if Marta was going to be able to make it, but since you're here, maybe you would like to start with your reflections, or shall I do a little introduction?
It's up to you.
Okay, so just a little introduction. As it was pointed out, we were part of the COVID research group, so we weren't actively looking into the topic of polarization, but since we had the USA elections not so long ago, it did come. It became a thing. We had a little bit of polarization, or so we thought, because as we were invited to then talk about polarization, and then we were really looking into it, and we realized that maybe that first interaction wasn't really polarization, but polarization did happen afterwards in a separate conversation with Andrea, precisely about the topic of privilege. So it's a nice little loop that we have there. Having said this, I would like to let Marta share her reflections, and maybe I can add something on top of that.
Okay. So I will read through my reflections. My feelings about polarization are polarized. I mean that from one side, it's normal in everyday life facing with this phenomenon, because things can happen or choices are not clear from the first sight, and you have to balance between different aspects. But from another point of view, this binary way of thinking, on its extreme version, good, bad, left, right, altruism, egoism, put something against something else. So if you don't think like me, you are against me. Or if you act like this, you cannot act like that. It's like a fight between two different groups where one has to emerge, but there is no space for shades, doubts, or questions. I found this aspect true also nowadays related to this COVID situation. If you wear a mask, respect social distancing, and listen to all the dispositions that came from government, so you are a good and respectful citizen. But if you try to put something in doubt or questioning, so you are a negationist and someone that don't care about all people dead because of this virus. This kind of polarization spread hate, criticism, judgments, and put one against the other. It would be good if we all could make a step back from this duality and recognize that we are all human beings trying to make sense of our life in a way or in another. In my opinion, embrace the fact we are all human with our history, fragility, wishes, and hopes can add a different point of view when we are faced to polarization, a more respectful one, because it's not a matter of who is wrong and who is right, but it's a debate that helps you to go through the process of development on a conscious way. Thanks to others, you can face your vulnerability, you can learn a different way to approach things that maybe suits you better than yours or even not. Of course, you can also discover what's very strong in you and what's important to you. That could be, in my opinion, what keeps you anchored and gives you the capacity to be centered, but flexible as well, to move through opposite sides and embrace also other point of view, even if they are opposite than yours, without necessarily agree with them. This is for me an aspect of love and freedom for myself, but also for others to express themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Marta. Yeah, so I just want to speak more specifically about what it felt like, right? I am sure that what we're talking about here, it's pretty much relatable, and there won't really be any surprises. I think most of us nowadays have experienced polarization to a certain degree. But what I found interesting is, like if you just look at the concept of polarization, it's generally used more in the sphere of the sciences, physics or chemistry. It usually means two points that oppose each other. But this is not true when we're talking about the polarization that happens in the social sphere. And it is not true because even though there could be a lack of understanding or just common understanding, that doesn't mean that the points are per se that opposing to each other. For example, if we look at the USA elections, we have this Donald Trump and this Biden, and it's just like, oh yeah, like one or the other. But if you take a step back and look at the reality of the United States, you will see that they still pretty much are on the same page. It's just different positions within the same page. Like not that much is going to change whether it's one or another. But yeah, I understand it's up to debate. In our case, or what I felt was that I came to a particular group or a particular space, such as the youth research program, and you kind of expect to find like-minded people. No, so when in one of our conversations, Marta and myself found that we were disagreeing on something. I felt this kind of thing inside me that kind of wanted to protect itself. And I thought that was very interesting. You see, surely like debates happen through history and they've always been there. And obviously it wasn't that. No, it wasn't just a debate, because at the end of the day, a debate kind of looks or search for a common understanding. If you can improve yourself, why wouldn't you be up to listening to a different perspective? the problem with polarization is that it doesn't look for this common ground. It doesn't really search for a point where you can grow, but actually it feels more like it's an attack to yourself. It becomes very personal, and that somehow if you don't protect that point of view that you have, you might disappear, or something about you becomes untrue, or you will feel like you will be perceived as less, right? You need to prove your point and stand your ground because that is who you are. And this association between the self and a perspective, that it's so strongly connected that if you give up on it, you give up on yourself. It's where really the danger happens. Yes, polarization happens in many levels, and as they were talking earlier, obviously privilege comes into place. I myself, coming from Spain, like we have a recent history that pretty much implies that the country is still polarized, such as the civil war. So what happened was that even though we started having this exchange of ideas, and then Andrea, which was also part of the group, suggested that maybe we spoke about it. When we started talking about it, and I was asking Marta, well, did you feel a physical reaction when what I was saying was opposing to what you were saying? And she didn't. And I thought that was interesting, because if the other person doesn't really have this physical reaction towards it, if he doesn't feel so strongly, but as she shared, you're more open to just accepting or listening, or just, the different perspectives, and she's okay with it, then I am the one that is polarized, and it's not a situation of polarization where the two of us are involved. So as we started talking about polarization, then the subject of privilege came up with Andrea, and there it was different. There we both were feeling very strongly about what we were saying, and we were not really giving up on our position, and it wasn't no longer a situation where we wanted to educate ourselves or build on top of it. I mean, of course it is because of the context, but you could see that something more personal was coming through, and this is what I wanted to bring back with what I originally said about polarization. When it happens in a society or in communication, it doesn't have to be that you are in opposing ideas. Like, why couldn't we and Andrea, even though we are in a context that we share, and we most likely have way more things in common than the ones that we disagree, we pretty much are on the same page. Why weren't we able to go around it, around these differences? Maybe because there is an interest on learning what the other has to say. Maybe that was actually there, and that's what we kept pushing. But at some point, it didn't feel like that. Why couldn't we just take a step back and look at, okay, you're saying this and I'm saying this, but in the wider context, we agree, and we know that after all, our interests are shared. And what happens when we extrapolate that to the wider society? Why cannot we, like, if myself and Andrea, which are already part of or myself and Marta are already part of something that is a community, what happens in the wider community where you don't have that kind of connection with the other? You just simply get an opposing view to yours, or a view that disagrees with yours, and we are not able to come to terms or work around it, especially in the face of the challenges that we have nowadays, such as climate change or coronavirus, or be it what it be. And this is kind of where we left it, because this basically happened on the last 2 weeks. So it's still obviously something that we are discussing and trying to get to the center of it, or try to grasp a little bit better. But we didn't really come to a conclusion, more just a definition of where we stood. And that's where I'm going to leave it.
Thank you very much, the two of you, for your... Thank you very much, the two of you, for your contribution. And as I was also part of the research process, it's really nice to hear from group research and group reflections of a group that I wasn't in. And the next theme that Elias from the Philippines will present on is technology. And in the Philippines, there is a very young youth section that has been created, and where young people put a lot of work in, and they have worked with the theme of technology. So Elias, welcome, and the word is to you.
Hello, can everyone hear me? Yeah, okay. Cool. Thank you, Ronja. Ron, how do I pronounce your name? So I would just first like to express how happy I am to be here, alongside all of you who are doing quite outstanding research and leading such inspiring projects. And I'd also like to first extend my gratitude to the youth section in the Philippines who have trusted me and allowed me to speak on their behalf on the theme of technology. So maybe just to quickly introduce myself, I am Elias Romualdez. I am a 19-year-old boy from the Philippines. I was a lifelong Steiner Waldorf student, except for 1 year where I left and came back the following year. So I just graduated and I'm currently doing work for a civil society organization in the Philippines in the area of sustainable agriculture. And I also just recently, as was mentioned, helped and assisted in the formation of the youth section in the Philippines. So we're a core group of about 9 with a loose network of about 40 to 50 people already. So there's a lot of exciting things that are unfolding. So I also just want to begin by saying that I am by no means a technology expert by any account. But basically around 2 to 3 years ago, I developed a very deep interest in philosophy of technology. When I encountered the concept of a potential technological singularity, and the possibility of this unfolding in my lifetime. So a technological singularity is basically a point in time at which technological growth, development, and capacity becomes uncontrollable, irreversible, and basically can result in unforeseeable changes to human civilization, and at worst, even human physical extinction. So this being talked about mostly just in AI circles, in tech communities, but there are different estimates as to when this can potentially unfold. Some say 10 years, some say 30. But anyway, I'll get back to this. I'm just mentioning this because this is largely what kind of sparked my interest in the theme of technology. So this was something, along with just my general aversion to the developing culture that I saw around me when it came to video games and other social media and other phenomena related to this theme that's so prevalent in my generation. So I'm mostly just gonna be painting an image, basically the image that I've pieced together in terms of what our collective relationship to technology is as humanity. And this is mostly just coming from my own fragmented kind of shallow research effort into this field, as well as through my own phenomenological research and inner questioning, and in conversations with other young people from around the Philippines, and also in the workshops that I facilitate. So since technology is so broad, I'm largely going to be referring to technology as a kind of socio-cultural phenomenon. So the digital world, the internet, social media, and disrupt. And then I'm going to touch maybe on some disruptive technologies like AI and CRISPR even. So a lot of what I'll be talking about might be already be familiar to many of you. Okay, so as preempted by Ronja, earlier, when she shared about the snap that came out of the research project. When we kind of turn our gaze towards the theme of technology, we automatically are encountered by a kind of paradox, and this is basically a paradox of doomsday and progress, right? And so I've called this the doomsday progress paradox, where on the one hand, we all kind of have a sense, across all generations, of a kind of impending societal collapse, in relation to, whether it's a nuclear winter storm or whether that will be through a singularity, a technological singularity, right? Or other disruptive technologies like the whole internet being taken over, say, by a quantum computer, right? Or what happens when machines, kind of just decide that we humans are the threat to, say, nature, and et cetera, et cetera. So there's a kind of, existential kind of element that we all kind of have a sense of when we turn to the theme of technology. And then we also have things like CRISPR, gene therapy, the fourth industrial revolution that will become more and more prevalent in the coming years. And these will become things that we'll necessarily have to engage with, no matter who we are, and especially the younger generation. And then on the other hand, we kind of have all the benefits and the progress that comes with it. The fact that we're even having this meeting, right? The fact that I have like an air conditioner right there because it's really hot here, and airplanes, etc., etc. And then you have like the techno utopians who are kind of saying, oh yeah, basically we're living in the best time there has been because of technology. Crime has gone down, poverty, life expectancy has grown and has almost doubled in the past half century. So you have this group of people who are kind of pushing forward this narrative. That most of these people are really coming from like Silicon Valley and technology communities. And so what I really engaged, I really made the effort to engage much deeper with this techno-utopia narrative. And what I found, or something in the evolution of technology became very clear to me. And this was basically that, if we go deep, if you go deeper into any one of those claims, like for example, the fact that crime has gone down, or whatever it is, right? On the other hand, we have an image of like the fact that there's an increase of addiction and all of this, of depression, of narcissism that can be attributed to basically to these technologies that have such powerful driving forces behind them. And so I kind of gained the realization that together with the evolution of technology and the emergence of all these technological platforms, big tech, basically, the promises of the internet, there was a kind of shift from basically our idea of chaos being an external one, of like man against nature, of this world superpower versus this, basically a shift from that to an inner battle. Because this has revealed, and we can see this when we look at suicide rates, right? And the fact that more people choose to kill themselves than the amount of people who die from like war, crime, terrorism combined, right? And so the image that you get there is that what has co-evolved with the evolution of technology is the fact that we're living in a world where each individual has become his own worst enemy. And so, a lot of people are focused on this point, where technology will kind of surpass human capacities. But this is not my framing. No, this is the framing of another individual. But we've completely overstepped and we've completely kind of slept through that much earlier threshold where technologies already begin to exploit human weaknesses. And so I'd like to just kind of go over, the main debates in this area and the main issues, basically, of where we are now in terms of our relationship to technology. And so the first would really, be the whole challenge of privacy and surveillance, which, by the way, will become, which we're all kind of subject to, right? The whole issue of the Snowden revelations. I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with all of this. I'm just going to be pointing to these places for you guys to look more into, because I don't have the time to get deeper into them. Where you have, but basically where we have these societal kind of events, occurrences unfolding that just reveal how massive the problem is behind all of this. And then, in a time like now, in the pandemic, right, you can just imagine what's kind of going on behind the scenes in terms of privacy and surveillance. And so the whole issue of data rights is going to be such a big thing in the coming years. And then, okay, so that's the first thing. And the second thing is basically manipulation of behavior, where we have phenomena like the attention economy. So you can look more deeper into this. Basically, the fact that data has become the most valuable, thing in the world. It surpassed oil in its value, right? And so, all these free kind of utilities that we're using, like Zoom, Facebook, all these platforms, it's like, yeah, they're all free, and yet we're paying at a cost that most of us don't really know the entirety of. So a documentary that recently just came out, The Social Dilemma, describes a lot of the issues around this phenomenon in detail. And I would also encourage you to look into the work of Shoshana Zuboff on surveillance capitalism. Because basically what we have a situation where, the richest and most powerful corporations in the world are on a rat race to capture people's attention. And to use people's data in doing so that they can collect more data and manipulate people's purchasing habits, etc., etc. So connected with this, polarization is also highly connected to the attention economy and surveillance capitalism, for example, and the algorithms that are behind these tech platforms. And then, you have a situation where our gadgets and the entertainment, right, becomes a kind of pacifier for this inner battle that we're all kind of facing. Okay. And then related with this also, with the manipulation of behavior, is basically the manipulation of elections. And this is something I'm going to just speak about a bit, especially in relation to the Philippine context. Because what unfolded here, the way in which this phenomenon has affected the Philippines is insane. And I get very emotional when I talk about this. But basically, psychological profiling of people's data and population targeting. I think you guys are familiar with the whole Cambridge Analytica scandal that kind of unfolded, right? And to really connect this to the Philippines is the social media capital of the world. So 100% of the people in the internet on the Philippines basically are on Facebook, right? We're the most Facebook users in the world. We average 8 to 10 hours statistically on Facebook. And so basically what happened was, or you have the whistleblower from Cambridge Analytica, who actually explicitly mentions that the Philippines was a kind of petri dish, and that the mother company of Cambridge Analytica worked with the administration of the Philippines, right? And so we had a Trump before the U.S. had a Trump, right? And the whole right, the emergence of right-wing strongmen and populism around the world is highly connected, if not fully dependent, on this phenomenon of data mining. So my main point here is basically that a lot of people in the West don't understand the enormity of these issues, unless seen from the context of the global South, and other developing countries where there's no regulatory infrastructure to, handle these technologies. And basically, as much as there are the massive benefits and opportunities that have come with these technologies entering the developing world, this is a kind of half truth. And there's also the dark side, where at best it's cultural imposition, and at worst it leads to a drug war or ethnic cleansing, as was seen in Myanmar. So you guys can look more into these phenomena. So this is the second thing, and then the third thing is basically the whole phenomenon of bias in basically the decision-making systems of the machines that we're building. Because behind every technology is a thought structure, and beyond just a thought structure that's behind every technology is a kind of contextual relationality with human beings by which it is being born. And so, for example, an algorithm is ultimately a human thought, right? But then the question becomes, whose thoughts and whose worldview are we allowing to be programmed into these technologies and to these machines that will basically be dominating large part of our society. And beyond that, what is the image of the human being, of the programmers who are programming these machines? What is the worldview that is being that these machines will adapt? And basically, who gets to decide that, right? Speaking about privilege, speaking about so that's the third thing. And then the fourth thing is basically the whole conversation which will unfold in the next few decades on automation and on employment. How will work change due to these disruptive technologies? And my generation, my whole generation, is going to have to engage with this question, whether they like it or not. Because we're asking what the world will look like in 2030. But we can't ask this question separate from the unfolding realities that are independent from that are independent from our sphere of influence. And so I'm gonna just talk a little bit about artificial intelligence, because I've outlined these issues that are basically our present issues on tech. And these are basically the big debates that are ongoing. But just looking now to where we're headed, we're currently in the stage of artificial narrow intelligence, and we're soon going to be moving into the phase of artificial general intelligence, where we're going to be facing things like the alignment problem. Basically, what if values what if the values of these technologies do not align with human values, or if they have any values? And is it even possible for human virtue, say, to become an algorithm? Right? These are questions that everyone from all sectors of society, from all backgrounds, will have to engage with. It has to become a global kind of conversation. And I think it's such a powerful thing that this could start in a network like this. And then down the road, there's the challenge of artificial superintelligence. What will happen when machines can basically write their own algorithms? Because we're heading there also. And so, we'd have to ask, because here, that's where the threat of technological singularity exists. Because we can't know basically anymore what will happen if machines can write their own algorithms. And you can have a whole internet takeover, or you can have like, a completely crazy scenario that will unfold. Okay, so I'm really just going over all of these things. I'm really just kind of giving an overview of this kind of image that I've pieced together. And so the next thing that I want to kind of talk about, I think I'm almost out of time, is basically to understand the inner logic of this kind of technological evolution. And also, what is this asking of humanity? And I've mostly turned to people like Norbert Wiener or Martin Heidegger to understand this much deeper. A lot of anthroposophists have very deep insights on this whole question, and are engaged with phenomenal work in this area. But basically, technology is a kind of is a means to an end, and its inner logic is such that it is a means to an end, and it's also kind of substitution for our human capacities. And even further, I'd even argue it's becoming a substitution of our spiritual capacities. So, any technology is a kind of substitution of a faculty, right? We have Google and the Google search engine that's becoming a kind of substitution for thinking, right? Or that's becoming, so there are many examples that you can have in this area. Right? But basically, that's the overriding ideas that technology is a kind of substitution of human capacities. And I work, for example, in community or with communities who feel this directly in certain rural areas of the Philippines, where when they engage with tech, their spiritual capacities, very special spiritual capacities, get suppressed. So there's that whole question again, and if it's going to be different for every country, right? But basically, the directionality of where this is heading is in the direction of the digitalization of nature, society, and self. Where in nature, you actually have the Internet of Things and like nanotechnology, where people are actually looking to digitalize nature, and then you have basically the digitalization of sorry, I'm like stuttering, of society. I mean, we're seeing that right now, like in this very moment, and in the pandemic, right? Where the internet can be kind of understood as a kind of externalization of the human nervous system, right? It can, a lot of people understand it in this way. So you can see the internet as that. And then, as I mentioned, more and more, we're going to see the digitalization of the human being itself, right? I mean, our phones, in a sense, are that, like for memory, right? We can see our phones starting to replace our memory, our Google starting to replace our thinking, etc., etc. And so when we see this kind of image and directionality as where this is headed, and to kind of see the institutional powers behind all of this, because there's a kind of there's an arms race behind all of this, right? It's that polarized situation that you spoke of, that was spoken about, right? Where there are world superpowers engaged in a kind of lock, the same way that we were in the whole nuclear arms race. It's again happening with the phenomenon of artificial intelligence, because whoever can first develop the ASI will dominate the whole world, basically. And so you have that directionality and that image, and it's completely hopeless, right? And for me, this is what I mainly had to really engage with on a personal level. And basically, I came to the realization that behind all of this is actually also the most inspiring thing that there is. Because what's happening is that this kind of technological evolution that's unfolding is forcing humanity to collectively ask itself, what does it mean to be human? And a lot of anthroposophists have been asking themselves this question for a very long time. But now, because of this technological evolution that's unfolding, we're going to have to ask it collectively. And the whole question there is, where will we be when that happens as the Global Youth Section Network? Where will the whole society be when that unfolds? And it's already starting to unfold. And basically, maybe I'll just end with saying that because I've gone way past my time. This theme of technology is intimately related to the youth, because there's certain young individuals who are basically coming to the earth with a kind of inner capacity to address this situation. And so I think we need to kind of realize everything that's hopeful in all of this, and to start having these dialogues as early as now. That can be very powerful in terms of changing the direction that we're currently in. So I'll just end with that. Thank you for listening to me speak. And again, it's a great privilege to be here with you all. Yeah.
Thank you very much for this informative contribution. Really interesting things that you said and to look into. I will continue with kind of the opposite of technology maybe, and share the findings of the research process from the last 3 years about nature and sustainability. And I will share how the engagement or how nature came up in the interviews, in the focus groups, and now in the COVID-19 research, and how it has evolved, or how people have related to nature, to the climate crisis, to sustainability. And yes, I will start with 2017, when the youth section held the interviews with many young people from around the world. And I remember when I came to the youth section now, and I was asked or invited to look at this specific question in the interviews and in the focus groups. It was because we realized that there was a shift happening. There was a shift happening in the world and the society, how people would be aware of the climate crisis with Fridays for Future arising. And so we were wondering, can we also observe this shift in the research? So in 2017, many of the young people who talked about themselves in the first part of the question, how would the world look like in 2030 if that what lives within you would become reality, and what can you do to make it happen? Nature arose very much in this first part, when people were invited to talk about themselves and to take the researcher on a journey through their life. And nature was very much there to support a place, a quiet place, a place to recharge, a place connected to memories from childhood. Nature would arise in descriptions of the surrounding of the people that participated in the interviews. But also, nature was very connected to the theme of spirituality. So often when young people spoke about spirituality, they would mention nature at one point. And it was very much connected to this question of who am I, which was also in the question of the research at that time, that people dealt with the question, who am I in nature? But also already in some interviews, the climate crisis or the topic of sustainability would come up, or the need to recycle, for example, and to take care of nature and of our planet. I want to share two quotes that show, one, the deep love that always comes up in connection with nature and our planet, often, not always, but often in the interviews when people talk about nature. And another quote that shows that there's already this perception that there's the storm coming that Ioana talked about in the beginning. So the first quote is from a young woman from Bolivia, 18 years old, and she says, "I always think about my mother's love, because it is like the purest love. It is the same love that the earth has for us. Sometimes we do not know how to see it. It gives us everything. It sustains us. It keeps us here all the time. It is so much love every day. To be able to breathe, to be able to feel it, to be able to be in this experience. The most beautiful thing, a very pure love." The second quote from a young woman from Brazil is, "How we are living doesn't work. It doesn't work anymore. It is not good for the world or for us anymore. Yes, for us, and also for the species, the animals, the plants, no? We are all connected. It's bad for us, and we need to change the ship and say a change. As I already told you, respect ourselves, love nature, animals. I know we live in a technological world that, well, in part helps us, in part doesn't. But things are going. It's getting out of control, I think, all of that." So already there, a quote that very much connects to the topics, to the previous themes that we had now about technology, about this disorientation, and already really feeling this storm. Then in 2019, we had this picture of being in this storm, and there it was very apparent in the focus groups at the 2019 Colloquium that we were in a climate crisis, and that the life is in danger, the planet is in danger, there's a lot of destruction happening, and there was a very, very urgent call for change in this colloquium. And this question of materialism versus nature and spirituality. And at that colloquium, when nature came up, it was not anymore a quiet place or a place to go to. Probably it still wasn't, but the way it came up, it wasn't. It was rather a nature that was calling for us to change, and that was waiting for humans to change. And also, to quote some of the participants, who said exactly this, is connecting to nature is our task. This is being lost. A young woman from Germany, or from Italy, a young woman who said nature is waiting for humans to be different. So there it also became apparent that the crisis we're having is not a climate crisis or a crisis of nature, but it is a crisis of us humans, and nature is suffering. So there was also this call to give back to nature, and to recognize and to recognize what we are perceiving, receiving from nature, and to sustain life. And this question of or this call to sustain life became even more urgent now in the last research, in the COVID-19 research. And it was formulated a little bit differently, and we already heard about it today. It was formulated in the words of ethical life or good deeds. And that was in some of the reflections that we got, this was connected to nature. And in this research in 2020, the COVID-19 research, the role of nature as a teacher became very, very present. And it was already there in 2017. And it was also perceivable in 2019, but it was very present now. That nature, to put it in the words of one participant, nature now knows, and nature knows how and what to do. You just have to be there, present. Or taking care is not doing too much intervention. And this mobility of the present, this change, everything being in movement, that nature is a being that already knows how to deal with that knows how to adapt to the changes, that is always in transformation, and that we have to learn from nature, but also that we have to take responsibility, and that was also mentioned several times today, that we have to take responsibility for our tasks and for nature, and to sustain life, to act ethically or do good deeds. Yes, so this was the development from 2017 until today. And one thing that I found really interesting is that the themes or the ways nature came up as a teacher, as connected to spirituality, as a quiet place, many different things that didn't really change so much, but the context changed and the urgencies changed. So in the beginning, it was very much there as a supportive space. And then in 2019, this change happened of, okay, we still connect to nature in the same way, more or less, but the contexts have changed, and now there is a crisis, and we are responsible for nature. It is not only there to support us, but we have to support nature, and that, became stronger now. So I think this is everything that I wanted to say and to share with you. And the next person to come is Eva, who is also a participant, or was a participant of the COVID-19 research. And she wants to share with you about the question of inner and outer life. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone. I am very happy to be part of the Colloquium, and I hope you can hear me well. Today I would like to talk about finding yourself between the inner and the outer world. So this may all begin with the question, who are we really? So questioning our essence as humans, how we got to this point in our life, and what we would like to do in the future is part of our journey as finding the truth, finding our path in life and our peace. Especially in teenage years, many of us face identity problems because we have this urge to become someone. And of course, one could say that human beings exist in the middle of polarity, in the middle of polarities, as Pablo and Marta discussed earlier. So we're neither good nor evil. We're not really angels, but neither animals. We always fluctuate from a place to another in order to figure out what, who, and where we are. However, I believe life is more about creating yourself. So I would like to share with you my process and the ideas that came along. So beginning from the past, in order to understand how I've arrived here, I would say I always wanted to know the deeper truth that was the greater essence of all things, and I always wanted to learn more. I was lucky to be able to participate in conferences since I was a little child, but mostly unconsciously. I was connected to many wise people, and the whole environment that I lived in was aware of the spiritual world and was honoring it. Moreover, when I am inside myself, when am introverted, or I tend to dig down inside myself and find very dark things. Usually that's what means finding yourself in the inside. So you found a lot of dark things. And over the years, I've started to see a lot of pain and sufferance, and that made me wonder, why do we have to carry so many dark things with us? Did God created us with so much pain to handle? Is pain and suffering what humans' existence limits at? Do we make ourselves suffer? So we were indeed created by God, and we follow the same principle, but on a smaller scale. We also have the power to create, but we're not as pure and strong as God. We could find its light anywhere around us and feel its eternity. That is, I believe, our great potential. Despite of this level of enlightenment we could reach, the majority of people see power of humans in their ego and pride, completely misinterpreting the gift we receive from the spiritual world. We have this individuality in order to find a state of freedom we live in. Other people, however, the vast majority of them, use their individuality to feel separated from the world and to get a false sense of power. They let their ego and pride take control over them and lose their liberty in the end. Ego and pride, as you may know, originate from a lack of self-love and result into a general separation with all the things around. On the other side, a functional part of our pride and our ego could be our personality. Personality could be viewed simply as our clothes. As we grow, these clothes also change, and they're essential for us. We might identify with our personality, but that is not actually who we are. It's just finding ourselves on a superficial level. Okay. So I've said earlier, we live in the middle of polarities. So another polarity could be the inner world and the outer world. The inner world meaning our thoughts, feelings, and wishes, a hidden world, and the outer world meaning the physical world that was created by the spiritual world. And we can have nature, community, and so many more things. Well, personality is located right at the border between these two worlds, between the inner and the outer world. And it has the role to filter one information from the other and to integrate. For example, you see something and you get to understand it. Personality is the border between these two worlds. For some people who haven't found their inner freedom yet, the personality acts as a cage that limits their ability to do things greater than themselves. For instance, someone who believes they're shy wouldn't be able to do public speaking because their personality doesn't allow for that. In addition, for the people who have a strong sense of self and a defined personality, they will build a concrete wall between these two, if you want, like the Berlin Wall, and became isolated, and they lose contact with these two worlds. And they do all of this for the sake of individuality. And that made me wonder, why do we get so attached to our personality since it's something temporary? If you believe in reincarnation, I assume we won't have the same personality in all of our lives. We will have different personalities. Moreover, if I'm so attached and focused on my own personality, I wouldn't accept someone else's personality who's completely different than mine. So why would we get so attached to something that hasn't that much power and is a temporary construct? Although personality involves ego and pride, it still could do more good for us rather than bad. After all, good and bad are relative. They coexist in order to balance each other, and because good brings bad and bad brings good. Combined and united, they reach another sense of balance in life, another sense of power and energy. So, similarly to this principle, we could say personality has both good and bad. The good side is that personality could be viewed as a map, which shows us and guides us through life in the different directions we could take to learn something or to develop ourselves. For instance, if I'm a person who usually travels in a land of fury, as I said, and I have a temperamental personality, then I probably have to learn this and use this energy constructively. I also have a land of creativity. Maybe I could combine these two and unite them in order to become more prosperous and use them productively. The key of personal development is bringing light into the darkness and integrating bad into the good. Because just like venom in small quantities in medicine, bad could also become useful. The entire transformation process could take place only thanks to our higher self, the I, the consciousness. The consciousness is the most divine spiritual side of us. It is like pure, wise personality that gives us the power to do things through our own individuality. It is like an observer from above that sees the whole picture and simply understands it. We could also say that if we gave the ability to talk to these constructs, the personality and the consciousness, the personality will say, I am someone, I am a girl, a student, or it will just describe themselves. While the consciousness, the I, would say, I am, as simple as that. So that means that when one person tries to find themselves, and I will go just a little bit over this process again, first they will probably see their personality. After that, they might go inside themselves and see the darker things that live in their subconscious mind. Well, I've been through this process since I was, for a long time from now. Now I'm 18, but still I could say I've learned a lot about myself. But the bad thing in this process was that I kind of became too focused on my personal image. I became isolated because as time passed, I went deeper and deeper inside myself. And at one point, I could say that I knew myself pretty well. And I assume you do know yourself as well pretty well. So what is left to do? And this answer came to me, quite recently. The thing left to do was to find myself in the outer world, not in the inner world, which I already knew pretty well, and I was also isolated in. So it's true, you can find yourself in the outer world. There exists an eternal side of yourself in the outer world. How does this process go? Well, this happens when the inner world, the hidden world, feels more connected to the outer world. And these two worlds can communicate better. The wall that I was talking about, the personality, is not a concrete brick wall, very hard wall. It becomes more transparent. It's like a window. And these two worlds can interconnect each other. However, this is a hard path just as any other. But despite of the way of finding yourself in the inside world, this other path I was talking about brings something new that is way, way more valuable than anything else. That is, to lose yourself in order to find yourself. You'll have to sacrifice your earlier temporary identity so that you would discover your greater eternal self, because we follow the same principles, because there are the same principles in all things created on earth. You have to sacrifice your ego, pride, and even some part of your personality to make this happen. This would enable you to open your heart to see beauty all around the world, to be more generous, and to go with the flow of life. In this manner, you could find yourself in the continuously changing times and be accepting of it rather than ununderstanding or punitive. You would be able to find yourself in nature's element and grasp their ancient wisdom. You would also be able to find yourself in the worlds and souls of other people around you, growing your compassion. Meanwhile, minimizing your ego and pain all at the same time, because we usually, as I mentioned earlier, we are the ones who are attached to our pain. Life is not so painful, actually, even though you could see a lot of dark things inside of yourself. However, this is a journey of a lot of development and sacrifices. The result of discovering yourself in the world gives you the feeling of finding a greater, very powerful you, without any ego existing in that power. In those moments when you feel connected to the outside world, you experience one of God's essence, love, being united with the world and finding yourself at the same time. I've only felt this sporadically since this summer. Well, it made me feel like an angel in heaven, and I finally saw that it was pointless to be so focused on my personal image, since personal image is not so essential, is not the most essential side of myself. Because that whole going inside process made me build up my ego. Obviously, I'm not in a state of being connected with the world most of the time, but I try to integrate it as much as possible, because it brings me a lot of happiness. In conclusion, one could find themselves in the outside world profoundly. It is indeed an entire development process, not necessarily the best of them all, but certainly good, at least from a level on. So the main principle behind it is to keep the two worlds connected, the inner world and the outer world, so that the polarities aren't separated, but united in order to find yourself and to bring yourself as a gift to the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eva, for this wonderful contribution. I'm really amazed by all the contributions that we had so far. There are 2 more to come, and a last one that is a spoken contribution. So now I want to invite Tim and Vincent, my co-workers, or the youth section. Oh. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Was I muted the whole time? Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Eva, for this wonderful contribution, and for all the other contributions.
Ronja, we can't hear you.
Can I do something from here?
I don't think so, no.
No?
Yeah,
No. Okay.
I thought maybe I could check on. Yeah?
Okay, now you can hear me. Thank you very much, Eva, for this wonderful contribution. I'm really amazed by the wonderful contributions that we had so far. There are 2 more to come, but the last one that I will announce now is the contribution to the theme of trust. And I want to invite Tim, Vincent, and Noël to come and give their contribution. And one thing that I want to say before is that in spring 2019, the youth section had a huge student conference to the theme of courage. And next year, in 2021, the youth conference will be about trust. So that is somehow a very beautiful evolvement from courage to trust. And yeah, now Tim.
I think yep. All right. So in the beginning of January, we started with our team to discuss what they think about, the keywords they pop to their mind. Because at the conference, we want to have a topic which is interesting for every young student in the age between 16 and 19 worldwide, and that's quite of a hard thing to do. And the keywords which popped up back then were truth and intuition, polarization, vision, and trust. And in our work, which we continued then, we soon realized that trust is somehow contained in every of the keywords we had there at this first meeting. So in April, we then set the topic trust. And we then divided it in 3 to 4 layers. The first one is the personal layer, which is trust to oneself, the self-consciousness. And it leads then to the second topic, which the second layer, which is the interpersonal and is a base for friendships. The third and fourth one are connected to each other way more than the other ones, and it's the societal and political layer. And especially in the political layer, the trust is linked to truth very narrowly. Like in decisions and actions which politicians make, the people decide to trust them or not. When I talked to friends in the US, they told me that they kind of lost their trust into their government, especially in the presidency of Donald Trump. And that got even worse when he told like untruth about like the postal voting back this year, that it would be unsafe and a fraud. Then people said they are trusting even less in this government and also detesting his polarization, especially on this postal voting thing, because it was an attack on the democracy there. But now they told me that they regained trust because of the election and that Biden won it. So they regained trust in their government, but not the one right now, but the one coming up. Through this whole year, we realized that the importance and clout of trust gained a lot worldwide, also due to the pandemic, and decisions by governments are accepted if people and citizens trust into their politicians. Like especially, for example, in Germany, we had small demonstrations against the measures which were taken to prevent the coronavirus to spread that fast. But in Brazil, for example, we had protests to rise measures and against Bolsonaro and his decisions there. And both linked together that trust was missing there as a component. And in some countries, that's more than in others. So we see that trust is very fragile, and once it's broken, it's really hard to rebuild it. And that, it's applicable for all the 4 layers. I think that was everything I wanted to tell you, and now to Vincent.
Yeah, hi, I'm Vincent. What is trust? That's a big question. And as we started preparing the International Students Conference, we had to think more about it. And I want to share my personal idea of understanding trust. And yeah, for me, trust is the relation between you, the individual, and others, so other people or the society. And if you want to be part of such a connection, you first need to trust yourself. And therefore, you need, in my understanding, to understand who you are and to know who you are. But by asking yourself who you are, you have to try not to get lost in this question, because probably it's not, you're not able to answer it in a way you see yourself. But if you manage not to get lost in this question, but getting an idea of who you are and what you are able to do, you can start trusting yourself, and then trust becomes more important, or reaches another level, so that it probably can replace a kind of belief, and in this development you can become someone whose thoughts are more based on like understanding or trying to understand what is going on around you and with you, and not with only based on feelings and emotions, so that you can be more yourself in this, in all situations where you are in contact with other people. So trust is a very big word and a very big topic, but related to yourself and related to yourself. From my point of view, it's this way to gain confidence in interacting with other people. Yeah. Noël, I hope you are here.
I am. Can you hear me? Very nice. Okay. Yes, I want to speak about trust too, with Vincent and Tim. So I translated today my text about this, and hope you will understand. The beginning is the process of finding a new topic for the ISC, and it was already interesting. So since I had made up my mind to trust my intuition, there would be a good idea soon enough. And after a certain while of reflecting upon it, I realized that I had already found an idea in trusting my intuition. And behold, trust was among the ideas of the other members too. Since my last text on trust, not so many things have changed, apart from the fact that I have started living it. And only a couple of days ago did I notice how full of trust I am when projects or ideas are promising and true. And I seem to have subconsciously begun to go from theory to practice, thereby developing self-consciousness and power to act. As the proverb goes, a child needs roots and rings. Additionally, I can find a connection to trust in every single subject that comes my way, and by following these lines of thoughts, I realized the depth and importance of this concept. Trust is a foundation, not only for the healthy development of children and good relationships in general, but for the history of mankind as a whole. Thus, I connect the way of life of hunters and gatherers with a deep confidence in being nourished by Mother Earth. Whereas capital farming, settled farmers obviously thought of themselves as independent. So much for an image of how I see the meaning of trust. So I think it's very old, this meaning of trust, and very important. And confidence, maybe it's not exactly the same thing, but so we have to look at it, of course. Confidence. The word comes from Latin fides, which means faithfulness and faith itself. And the prefix con, which means with. The roots of the word lead us towards its deeper meaning. So I believe that faith can indeed move the mountains and trust can enable you to walk on waters. So that's the difference. And one rather passive and one rather active ability. And before we endeavor to change the world, it is vital that we are truly carried from the water. So as a metaphoric picture. Man as an individual, as a member of society, and mankind as a whole. So we actually need a revolution of trust, a revolution not of angry people, but of zestful people. Through solidarity in our economy and politics and confidence in the goodness of men, trade wars and arms races would become unnecessary. Trust in people's need for useful activities would make the unconditional basic income possible and would render it impossible for anyone to control people through work. So that's very important in my opinion. Control is good, but trust is better. Maybe control isn't even good, I don't know. And yes, trust is immediately connected to courage as well. Dare to trust, be brave enough to be confident. And when people will manage to abandon their self-invented roles of the singular lone wolf, the lifestyle of the independent singular loner at the height of creation, as the pride of creation, when they will overcome their mistrust of all other forms of life, when they will dare to trust and look at themselves as one interdependent part of the life, of the whole, then the inner walls of the self-protection will crumble and people will once again be able to receive impulses and open up to intuitive connections. So this all is connected with trust, and men have to trust and be confident and self-confident just to receive these impulses. And because your inner voice is present if you trust in it. So trust is just very important to learn in the whole life, every day. And yeah, I hope I didn't speak too fast. And yeah, that was mine. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Noël, Tim, and Vincent for the contribution on trust as a foundation. It will be a foundation for us at the youth section at the Goetheanum for the next few months, so indeed it is so. We have one final contribution, and it's a very special one because it's artistic in nature. I would like to thank Nicole Assis, who is in her room in the Studentenheim, I think, here in Dornach too, and who is going to play for us a song that was inspired by her exchange with Pablo during research in terms of COVID-19, and was actually written on the 29th of November while she was recovering from COVID. So thank you, Nicole, for giving us a little closure to these contributions. And the lyrics will be on the screen so that you can follow her beautiful voice.
Thank you, Andrea. Can you hear me? Good. Not too loud? Good. So the title of the song is Nebulae from Pablo's Buzzword, from our work together. This quiet night holds a secret sin, forgetting who we used to be beyond
loose from the chains, starting new each time we meet with little hints, and then we see the stars above sing my songs for you, poems I've sung before you left, which I've kept for you. The space between is double-edged. It keeps me far away from you, but you feel so near. And then we sense, how does living feel? And then we try to grasp the world in pieces, and then we dream, we dream, we dream. Lay me down carefully, so I can see the stars you arranged to read. A canopy of lights above, sparks of trust to what the future brings. I give, it brings. You give, they give. It brings. We give. And we.
Thank you very, very much for these wonderful contributions. So we could have a look on one side in some of the processes during this year's research project, research in times of COVID, but also in the different branches of the research project like Latin America, and also on the work here at Goetheanum. Now we are coming to the last part of our today's and this year's colloquium, research colloquium. And this is a very important part still, because we are going to open the space for conversation with all of you. But before doing this, I would like you to, so on one side there will be a little presentation I will talk about, but first of all a technical aspect. In order for us to be able to communicate easily with each other, I should tell you how to raise your hand in a moment or before you want to start talking. And this is by going down on Zoom to participants. And there you can find down on the right side this button of raising hand. So this is what you should do when you want to talk. And if it's not easy for you to find this button, you just unmute yourself and start talking. So, or just raise your hand like this. So we will find ways anyway. So before we go into an open space of conversation, we've asked Fiona, who was a participant in the research project, Research in Times of COVID, to start this moment through introducing or through presenting the day of today. So we've asked her before to be our observer in the whole process today, and to now, almost at the end of the day, to give us a little resume on what she actually observed today. So we will start with it, and then we will open the space for questions, remarks, thoughts. Yes. So, welcome, Fiona.
Hello, everybody. I hope you can hear me well. So, I would like to implement one of the findings already when saying we should take nature as a role model. Nature already knows how we should treat it, how we should live with each other. So, to give you a short summary of all the findings, all the impressions and contributions we've heard about today, I would like to implement the picture of a tree, and I'm really sorry for not being able to share this in a better quality. Can you see it through the camera? Okay, so we've heard in the beginning from Constanza something, what is the general aim of the School of Spiritual Science at the Goetheanum and the youth section in particular. And we were introduced to, it's about finding a knowledge or an approach that deals with the quality of the becoming, of the life sphere. So let's see how this becoming of a tree or this understanding of the life sphere was visible in all the contributions. Ioana introduced us to three main findings of the introduction, what it means to be young. I remember that she was saying being young means to be in a deep longing to connect, to relate, and to be in relationship. In the same time, it is this genius feeling of being and becoming, being in a process, and a wish for a path of self-knowledge. So the tree already has to be in a relationship. It needs roots to find some nourishment. It needs to grow, and it is placed in an environment. So when we see through all the contributions, we had like a process of our own self is rooted in the past, went through a process of socialization, one can say, as the roots, and we find ourselves as constituted in us, surrounded by others, and as living in our time with our challenges, with being faced with our challenges, and especially with COVID as a crisis that can be seen as a testing. How do we deal with these challenges? So throughout the contributions, with the even more clear in the 5 topics that were introduced by different people, we could see that when meeting the others, we have 2 different ways of dealing with it. When meeting challenges, when meeting the world, we can close this identity we formed, and we can stay where we are without moving. We can identify through seeing what we are not, what is the other one, and defining us through polarization and building up walls. And it was very often mentioned that it is about seeing a way of not breaking the walls, but making it transparent. So the tree, what does he do is a metabolism process. It's a transformation, and it's a interaction with the surrounding, taking in what is around us and transforming it to nourish and sustain itself. So when meeting the others to overcome polarization, we need to hold this inner space, but by embracing the otherness as part of me. Eva, I think, was beautifully saying that find yourself in the world. So by this interconnection, by this encounter of the other, and in these spaces that we are in now is one great example. By sharing and exchanging, we are building up ourselves. So in all the 5 themes, it was visible that there's kind of a gap, kind of an abyss, a threshold even, that in that moment where we are asking ourselves, why does the world look how it looks when we all have good intentions? It means that it has something to do with us, and that in this moment of connection, we are asked ourselves, how do we deal with it? And it was connected to feelings of fear, of feelings of blockage, of feeling we need to protect ourselves, define ourselves by not being that, by not having this opinion, but protecting our own zone. And just by moving out of that, and it was said that it was through genuine trust or with a truthful connection with somebody else, this step was possible. Then it was possible to build up trust in this transitional identity, I would call it, that is constantly and moving, that is able to face the challenges of the time through recognizing oneself as in development, through recognizing the other one as in development, and building in a constructive way with each other on the future. So if it was technology or privilege or polarization, it was about this waking up moment in oneself, looking at this, what comes as blockage, as fear, as darkness maybe, and then to go to embrace what is coming and to find oneself. And the true human quality is then when in the technical contribution is what it was says, attention as a good is nowadays sold, and it's a great value. So what do we give attention to? And can we host the space and overcome polarization by embracing the otherness and integrating it into ourselves, and by that going towards in future? That was just briefly, really briefly summarizing some of the aspects that we've heard about today, and I would really invite to now come to an exchange and to share it. It was just my picture. I'm sure you all had different impressions.
Thank you, Fiona. We would like to invite Constanza to give a final content-like word for Day of Today, and maybe a perspective for the future or for the research at the youth section.
Yes, thank you, Ioana. Thank you all for the wonderful sharings. Thank you, Fiona, for the bringing all together. And yes, thank you, each one of you, for the contributions. They were all wonderful and amazing. And I have to say that, yes, it is a huge, huge blessing to feel how much we can trust when we hear you. I have to say that from the very beginning. And thank you, Andrea and Ioana, for bringing that together. through all these 3 years, and Ronja for joining then in such an open way, and Mayumi and Rocio and Guada. It was a big surprise in the beginning of our research process that suddenly those who have been interviewed wanted to be interviewers. And I would say that this was a first result we have never expected. And it is also an expression of this experience of mutuality. Because if someone can really hear what you want to say, and sometimes it's more that we are able to say, then I think we have the experience of being recognized in our becoming. And each one who could be touched by this, I think, will develop the wish to give it back, to enable someone else to be recognized. And maybe this also is connected to the question of Eric, or to the question when we look around and we see so many things are not trustable, so many things are not true, so many things are not full of beauty or of goodness. But how many are there? How many people is just waiting to be heard? How many people is just waiting to be seen? How many people is just waiting to be wanted, in the sense that we want them to exist? And I would like to pick up one of the motives you brought, and it is the motive of the polarization. And this motive of how can we go beyond a binary thinking. These are the good ones, these are the bad ones. This is the right, only right thing, and everything else is not right, and so on. And we are so stuck as society in a binary thinking in all levels, in all levels. And my impression is that we need to do a step and to open what I will name now the excluded third. So our whole Western logic is based in what Aristotle developed, and one main aspect is that for something to be something, there are only 2 options, or it is or it is not. So it's very clear, I am on the Zoom or I am not on the Zoom. And for so many things in our life, this excluded third possibility is true. But how many things in our life are not totally considered if we go through this thinking of excluding other possibilities and just looking to yes or no? And how can we develop a thinking that embraces the excluded third? And I want to give one example also based on some of your sharings. And so many of you have said that today. It's not only about me and my connection to my inner self, but this regarding life, this connection regarding the others, this connection in relation to the need of the world. Or maybe I relate to something that interests me a lot. Let's say, as an example, technology. And of course, I will relate directly to a topic, and I want to go deeper in that and so on, but never to forget what is this regarding the needs of the other. And if we try to open for this third element all the time, and to look around what could be a third element that would be of value for my thinking now, or that would be needed to be included in my thinking now, I have the impression that this mutuality will not be anymore just in the realm of, let's say, so more the primary soul life, but it will be kind of a foundation for our societal life. Because the societal life can't be only grounded in sympathy and antipathy, what I like more or what I like not so much, but I have to go beyond that, and what kind of criteria I can use to go beyond that, what is natural giving for my soul life, for all our soul lives. And I would say that is maybe the step to include a third element, and to always stay awake. What is the third element that I should include now? It can be a topic, it can be a person, it can be a need. But to go beyond the structure of only one-to-one relations. In my thinking, I mean, in cognition, in the search for this living and alive knowledge that can embrace also what is in becoming. So can we include the excluded third, let's say so, for certain realms of our knowledge, for certain realms of our life? And of course, for this, I need to go beyond a very simple logic. And I am not saying to abandon the logic of the excluded third. Of course, for many, many realms of our thinking and of our knowledge, this is a foundation. This is a real foundation for the possibility to exchange in a logical way. The question is, where can I rely? And then we come back to this idea of trust. Trust as being the substance where our common world can be constructed, the substance for everything what is related to the in-between. This in-between the human beings, this in-between myself and nature, these realms of in-between that are so disrupted nowadays in so many and different levels. And this realm of in-between needs the possibility to be shaped, to be fulfilled of life. And I would say that the substance for this will be trust. And then, of course, we can ask ourselves, but where is the source to develop trust? The source to develop trust is a real huge challenge, I would say. Because, of course, if someone gives you motives to trust, it's not so difficult to develop trust. But we live in a world where sometimes we need to go very, very deep in our own soul to find this source of trust. And I think that we all are able to do so, to trust in the humanity of the other human beings. And this is a trust that we have to search for again and again. And in so many times we will succeed. And I think, coming back to this wonderful team and all of you working on this research, I would say that this kind of hearing and talking can be an experience of trust, can be a possibility to find this inner place where trust can be originated. And in this sense, and also as Elias said, I think that developing this network of real interest, of hearing and learning, and of course, it's not always with success. Sometimes we can't understand each other, even trying, as we saw in the contributions today. But this should be not a loss of trust, but maybe the consciousness of how deep trust needs to go. And of course, the experience of mistrust is very disruptive. And as younger you are, I would say, the more difficult it is to overcome that. But I also trust that it's deeply human to find again this source. and that the finding of this source can be very, how to say this, decisive for the whole life if you can find it, experience it when you are young. Because I would say that trust, the same as love, are experiences that if once you had it, you will search for that your whole life. You will never stop searching for that. If once you have been really in love, you will know that you want to be in love. That love is something that will fulfill your life, something that changes everything, and you will go for that. And I don't mean only love in between a couple, but love in general, the experience to be able to love. And I think the same is with the experience of trust. If once you could experience, you could really sense how the reality of trust enables us to become more human, then we will search for that. And maybe what we need to start with is not to expect that everywhere there will be possibilities of trust, but to find yes, realms, to find spaces where trust can be developed. And this is kind of a reinforcement of this human longing. It's a reinforcement of our human condition. And then we will be able more and more maybe to enable that in realms where it's not given first. And maybe we will not succeed all the time. But if once we had this deep experience of what can flourish out of trust, I am pretty sure that we will take this with ourselves through our whole life, and this will change. This will change society. This will not change everyone. This will not change at once society. But it's a power, it's an incredible, strong power. And in this sense, I really think that also what Noël said, you said, Noël, if I got you right, we need a revolution of trust. Yes, we need a revolution of trust. And this revolution is not on the streets. This revolution is an inner one, is this inner search to go to this source where trust can be found. And if people all around the world starts to really develop this social life based on trust, there where you can find it, there where you can develop it, there where you can form it, I think this has a strength as many other things that we are seeing around and that are so difficult for us. And it can grow and it will change. And it is so important, I think, also facing now this whole digital world. The trust is something that is essentially human. And maybe working on that, we will be able to face the fact that the human being becomes in certain spaces not anymore needed, maybe out of our own human deeds. But trust will be always connected to humanity, to the humanity of the human being. And in this sense, I am really, really thankful that you are all participating on this hearing and saying of what you are, of what you expect, of this becoming, and this can be received out of trust. Yes, and maybe we can go further steps in our research also with the question that Tim and Vincent brought, and Noël, as the main question for the students' conference, this question of trust. Maybe this would be also a step for us to ask ourselves where I can find this inner source for trust, or not only in myself, but how can we develop spaces for trust to become real, to become an experience. And on one hand, of course, we can think, oh, but that's really, really, really abstract. Well, yes and no, because when you finally had an experience of trust, it's more real than anything else, I would say, the same as love. And so maybe this would be a question we could ask ourselves. And I am sure and I trust that other questions are already there. You brought so many questions, and now looking to everything what was said today, we will know, or Andrea, Ioana, Ronja, we will know what are next steps to be done in our research. And now from a very practical point of view, I want to tell you that in July, we will have our summer school about the research, and then we will talk a lot about methodology, because we are using real, we are developing also methodologies that are also well known in a certain sense, these qualitative methods of interviewing and so on. And we are, kind of bringing these methods together with this inner awareness for other realms of consciousness as far as we can, that are developed out of anthroposophy. And so in July, in the summer school, there is the possibility, the opportunity to look to this and to go deep in the learning of methods for research. And then in September, October, we will have our publication about the whole, well, not everything will be in the publication. It would be maybe 10 books if we would put everything, but we will have a final publication about this 3.5 years then of research. And you will, of course, you are all invited then to see it, and also to maybe recognize your participation in this becoming of knowledge about the human being, in this becoming of knowledge about youth. Yeah, so thank you very, very much for organizing this colloquium, all the co-workers of the youth section, Jessie, and all of you there in the Schreinerei at the Goetheanum. Thank you, all of you, for participating, and I hope we will meet again, and hopefully also in person. Yes, thank you.